Chapter 3981. I'm just trying my best. Don't blame me if it fails. If it succeeds, then treat me to a drink later. As Yang Kai spoke, he withdrew a jade bottle, removed its cap, and opened Senior White's mouth before pouring the contents of the bottle into Senior White's mouth. Senior White was caught off guard and swallowed the contents of the bottle, and he didn't have the time to ask anything before his expression suddenly turned serious, and he stared at Yang Kai with an extremely shocked expression. How is it? Yang Kai looked at him anxiously. After a long while, Senior White's eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd understood something, and he cried out involuntarily with surprise. Worldly elixir? Is it useful or not? Yang Kai wished for nothing more than to kick him. Why are you still bothering me about this at a time like this? Do you have more? Senior White smacked his lips and revealed an expression of unwillingness. Yes. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, and he took out another bottle of worldly elixir and poured it into Senior White's mouth. Senior White gulped it down before he suddenly took a deep breath, and his dejection from before was swept away. He said in high spirits, "Move further away and watch me. Senior White, break open the heavens and seek the Grand Tao today." Yang Kai fled decisively and flew 50 kilometers away before he stopped. When he looked at Senior White from afar, he saw Senior White sitting cross-legged in space while forming seals with his hands. Even though they were 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai was still able to clearly sense that the chaotic energy in Senior White's body was calming down swiftly, and a strand of profound aura was rising and falling slowly. It's really useful. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this. He'd thought of giving Senior White some worldly elixir on the spur of the moment, and he didn't know the exact effects. He'd taken the worldly elixir from the secret realm of heaven and earth in Heaven Void Hall, and it was a spirit elixir that was only born when the heavens and earth were formed. At that time, he'd collected a huge amount of worldly elixir, but he'd never really used it. He had heard that the reason the Iron Blood Great Emperor was stronger than the other Great Emperors was because he had taken the origin liquid in Heaven Void Hall. Yang Kai had consumed it before. When the liquid entered his stomach and its effects took effect, he could still vividly remember the feeling of heaven and earth splitting apart in a daze. Lao Bai's current condition was that his yin, yang, and 5 elements were in chaos, and the newly formed mini-universe world in his body was unstable. Yang Kai thought that this liquid might be of some use. Now, it seemed that it was more than just effective. It was simply the right medicine for the problem. With the passage of time, the chaotic aura disappeared and was replaced by the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Wisps of world energy emanated from Senior White's body, and under the perception of his divine sense, it seemed that a brand new world was being born there. Yang Kai was excited, and his eyes did not move. Although he didn't know how long it would take for him to advance to split the heavens, with this experience, he would have a lot more experience when he advanced in the future. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a dull sound came from 100 kilometers away as the sound of a great bell rang out from Senior White's body. As the sound spread, a vibration wave spread out from him. As the vibration wave rippled, Senior White's aura suddenly deepened and condensed. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the vibration wave continued to spread, and Senior White's aura rose steadily. There was no longer any sense of chaos, and a vague phantom slowly appeared behind him. In the beginning, the shadow was not very clear, but as time passed, the shadow gradually became more and more solid. Yang Kai looked around and could not help but be surprised because the phantom was the first in, and it seemed that he had returned to the first in. This should be Senior White's mini-universe world. Yang Kai suddenly understood. So far, he had only seen one mini-universe world that belonged to the heaven-opening realm. It was the mini-universe world of the fire spirit earthly guardian, Duan Hai of the Chiqiao land. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed worm and separated from Zhang Ruo Shi, Yang Kai was introduced to that world by Duan Hai. It was a sea with a lone island in the sea. It seemed that every cultivator's mini-universe world was different. Senior White was a waiter of the First Inn, and the First Inn was very important to him. The mini-universe world that he condensed after advancing to split the heavens was based on the First Inn. Yang Kai understood. Senior White's situation had stabilized, and it was only a matter of time before he advanced to split the heavens. Yang Kai was also seriously injured, so he simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing to heal his injuries. Days passed, and the aura of the world force became stronger. Gradually, the illusory mini-universe world solidified, and an astonishing power suddenly spread out from Senior White's body. In the mini-universe, Senior White opened his eyes, and lightning appeared in the void. He looked up to the sky and roared. The roar rolled and shook the 9 heavens. The mini-universe world flashed and disappeared into Senior White's body. Then, a figure flashed in front of Yang Kai. Senior White had crossed the distance of 50 kilometers and appeared in front of him. He looked at him with a grin. "Don't congratulate me yet. I'll treat you to a drink later." "How long has it been?" 7 or 8 days, Yang Kai replied. It was impossible to calculate the time carefully in the void, but it had been a long time since Senior White swallowed the origin liquid. What made Yang Kai rejoice was that no other masters had passed by this place over the past few days. Otherwise, they would have been alerted. "It's been 7 or 8 days. I wonder how the lady boss is doing." Senior White frowned and looked worried. Previously, he and Yang Kai had seen with their own eyes that the lady boss was being chased by 4 split the heavens cultivators. 2 of them were at the 6th level, and the other 2 were at the 5th level. The longer they fought, the farther they went. Although the lady boss was strong, she was injured after all. Moreover, how could she be a match for the 4 of them? Yang Kai pondered and said, "The lady boss is not a fool. How could she be entangled with those people when she knew that she was no match for them? If I were her, I would either hide in the Universal Palace or hide in the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory." Senior White nodded. "That makes sense. In that case, the Universal Palace is more likely." He didn't know what the Star City in the Golden Rainbow territory was like. If it wasn't controlled by Dejan Tian, it was not necessarily forbidden to fight in the Star City. Even if the lady boss hid there, it would be useless. However, the Universal Palace was absolutely forbidden to have a conflict in it. Otherwise, it would be making an enemy of all the blessed paradises. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, who would have such courage? "Let's go to the Universal Palace." Senior White made a prompt decision. "Do you need to stabilize your realm first?" Yang Kai asked. He had just advanced and was not familiar with the power of the Split the Heavens stage. Although he had reached the 5th level, if he really encountered an enemy, it was hard to say how much strength he could use. "There's no time. You can slowly familiarize yourself with it in the future." Senior White was about to use the universal escape technique as he spoke. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a helpless expression. He couldn't help but slap his head. "Right? I forgot that you didn't leave your brand in the Universal Palace in the Golden Rainbow territory." Without leaving his brand, he couldn't use the universal escape technique to go to the Universal Palace. "You go first. I'll fly there slowly." Yang Kai took out the star as he spoke. He looked at the location and said, "It's not far anyway. It'll only take 4 or 5 days." Senior White hesitated. "But if you're alone," Yang Kai said in a low voice, "I'm fine. The lady boss is more important." Thinking of the lady boss's expression before she left, Yang Kai felt a stab of pain in his heart. If it wasn't for her being wary of him and Senior White, why would the lady boss forcefully move the battlefield? Senior White knew that this wasn't the time to delay. He'd already spent 7 or 8 days to advance into Heaven Splitter. After such a long period of time, the lady boss's situation would definitely be worse. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, you must be careful." Yang Kai nodded. Senior White didn't hesitate any longer and executed the universal escape technique. Light enveloped him while a grand formation floated beneath his feet, and he instantly flew away. After he left, Yang Kai's figure flashed and flew towards the Universal Palace. Based on the star, it would take 4 or 5 days to reach the Universal Palace. Even if Yang Kai traveled at full speed, it would take him at least 3 days to reach the Universal Palace. He was worried in his heart because he didn't know how the lady boss was doing and if she'd escaped. At the same time, he hated Qi Jin and the others for being shameless. They were actually so treacherous and didn't hesitate to use the Yang sealing ground to lure the lady boss into their trap. Traveling through space was extremely lonely. Unless it was a coincidence, it was extremely difficult for him to encounter others in this boundless world. 2 days later, young Kai, who was traveling with his head down, suddenly felt a divine perception sweep over from ahead and sweep past him. His expression couldn't help but turn cold, and he hurriedly raised his head to look over. He couldn't see anything within his field of vision, and he couldn't detect anything when he released his divine perception. He knew that the owner of that divine perception had a strength that far surpassed his own, and that was why he was unable to detect the owner's tracks. Right when he was thinking like this, young Kai's expression suddenly changed because the divine perception that swept past him didn't move away, and it was firmly locked onto him. Young Kai didn't even think before he directly utilized the spatial laws to flee, and he was already a few hundred kilometers away when he reappeared. No matter who the owner of that divine perception was, since it had locked onto him, it definitely didn't have good intentions. So how could young Kai not know how to flee? He felt extremely sorrowful in his heart. It's really sad to be so weak. I was invincible in the star dimension, but when I came out of this world, anyone could actually chase after me like a rabbit. It looks like I can only advance to become a genius as soon as possible like Senior White in order to gain a foothold. The divine perception didn't disperse, and it kept locking onto young Kai, and its speed was extremely fast. No matter how young Kai moved, he still couldn't get rid of the other party's pursuit, and the speed was constantly decreasing. After a full half a day, young Kai finally sensed the aura of the person behind him, which also meant that the person chasing after him was already within the range of his divine perception. "It's you, bitch." After a careful investigation, young Kai was shocked and angry, and he cursed in his heart. The person chasing after him was none other than the woman who fought with the lady boss before, Yuhi. Since Yuhi was here, it meant that the battle with the lady boss was over. Young Kai's heart suddenly sank, and he instinctively felt that the lady boss was in a bad situation. But he was just from the Emperor realm, so why was this woman chasing after him? Looking at her direction, she should have come from the heavenly temple. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to run into him. He was puzzled, but Yuhi's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Do you want to know whether Lan Yurua is dead or alive?" Chapter 3982. Young Kai's figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped. He knew that this might be a trap, but he still couldn't move. He gritted his teeth, stopped in place, turned his head, and waited silently. Yuhi was a 5th grade Kai Tian. Unless he used the space spirit bead, like last time when he came out of the Golden Crow Palace, there was no way he could completely get rid of her. But even if he used the space spirit bead, he might not have a chance. Last time, he was able to get rid of the lady boss and the others because they were worried about the Golden Crow's corpse and were distracted by him, giving him a chance to succeed. Young Kai didn't have the confidence to do it again. Sooner or later, she would catch up, so young Kai simply stopped running. He didn't feel any killing intent from Yuhi. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so careless. Soon, Yuhi's figure appeared in young Kai's field of vision, and after a while, the woman was more than 10 miles away. Young Kai raised his hand. "Don't come any closer, or don't blame me for being ruthless." While speaking, he formed a seal with a dignified look. Yuhi stopped and quietly looked at him. Only then did young Kai realize that this woman seemed to be seriously injured. He felt a burst of joy in his heart, knowing that this was the masterpiece of the lady boss, but he didn't know the final outcome of the battle, so he couldn't help feeling uneasy. A strange look flashed in Yuhi's eyes, and she smiled at him. "Do you want to know whether Lan Yurua is alive or not?" "Yes," young Kai said decisively. Yuhi sighed and said, "Don't worry, she's not dead yet." Young Kai snorted coldly. "You dregs want to take the lady boss's life? Dream on." Yuhi said, "Since you have so much confidence in her, why did you stop? In the end, aren't you just worried?" "So what? I just want to confirm it." Young Kai squinted at her. "Now it's your turn to worry. If the lady boss doesn't die, I think your good days are coming to an end." "Yes." Yuhi nodded repeatedly and coughed lightly. "My good days are indeed coming to an end, so I came to find you." Young Kai sneered. "What's the use of looking for me? Do you think I'll help you make peace?" Yuhi said, "As long as you are in my hands, I believe that Sister Lan will not make things too difficult for me. At the very least, she will be able to sit down and talk to me calmly. You're thinking too much. I'm just a worker at the first inn. You failed to plot against the lady boss today. Once she recovers, she'll definitely settle the score with you one by one. Yuhi's expression changed slightly, as if she could imagine this scene. She forced a smile and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. Although your strength is not high, you should have some weight on Sister Lan's side." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Before this, Lao Bai had also said that the lady boss valued him very much. Now that Yuhi had said something similar, it made him feel a little confused. He and the lady boss had not known each other for a long time, and the only connection between them was the destruction of the first inn. However, thinking about it carefully, the lady boss had indeed taken care of him during this period of time. She had given him 7 masks, refined the shadowless veil, and even gave him a shuttle from her territory. Last time, when he had a conflict with Hai Gongzi, the lady boss had even killed him outside of Star City. Thinking about it this way, the lady boss was indeed very kind to him. Sister Lan is seriously injured and is now recuperating in the Heavenly Palace. I'm afraid she won't be able to recover for at least a year. Yuhi changed the topic. Before Sister Lan goes to my place, I hope you can follow me. Follow you just because you say so? Yuhi covered her mouth and chuckled. Although I'm injured, it shouldn't be a problem to take you down. Yang Kai changed his hand seals and shouted, "You can try. If you dare, that you guy yesterday will be your tomorrow." Yuhi's expression turned serious. The scene of Elder Yu being killed by Mia Ming was still vivid in her mind. The 4th grade Kai Tian was completely powerless in front of Mia Ming. Even his spirit avatar was pecked out and swallowed into his stomach. Although she was a 5th grade, she was still injured. Compared to Elder Yu, she was not much stronger. 4 pairs of eyes met. Yuhi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, while Yang Kai had a provocative look on his face. After a long while, Yuhi finally shouted, "Are you trying to scare me?" She reached out to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He did not even have the intention to resist and let her grab him by the collar. Once exposed, it was meaningless to use the tiger's skin as a flag. Mia Ming's golden feathers were already gone. Facing a powerhouse like Yuhi, any resistance would only be asking for trouble. With such a close distance between them, even if he wanted to teleport away, he had no chance. As expected, you're lying. Yuhi snorted. She raised her hand and knocked Yang Kai on the head, neither too hard nor too light. Yang Kai covered his head and looked at her angrily. He had never been knocked on the head by a woman in his life. It was a great humiliation, but the situation was worse, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. You still dare to glare at me? Yuhi raised her hand and knocked him again. Yang Kai took 2 steps back and shouted angrily, "I'm warning you. If you continue to be so touchy, don't blame me for being impolite." Oh? Yuhi's eyes narrowed slightly. How are you going to be impolite? Let's hear it. Yang Kai glared at her angrily, his grief and indignation reaching its peak. Suddenly, Yuhi laughed lightly. All right, I'll make a deal with you. My condition is not very good, so I won't waste my energy to imprison you. You should be good and don't run. It'll save everyone some trouble. At least you know what's good for you. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Since this woman planned to capture him alive to use as a bargaining chip in future negotiations with the lady boss, she shouldn't do anything to him. Without a threat to his life, Yang Kai's mood relaxed. Yuhi slowly shook her head, not in the mood to bicker with him. She looked around and said, "Then it's settled. Come with me." As he spoke, he actually took the lead and led the way. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before giving up on the idea of escaping. Although Yuhi's back was to him, Yang Kai believed that as long as he made the slightest move, she would immediately take action. In front of a 5th stage heaven splitter, Yang Kai really didn't have the confidence to escape. He secretly swore, "Wait for the lady boss to come pick me up in a year and see how I'll get my revenge." But then again, the lady boss should come to pick him up, right? Yuhi clearly wanted to treat her wounds, so Yang Kai didn't bother to say anything to her. The two of them shuttled through the void, crossing one territory gate after another. The way the two of them interacted was a bit strange. In name, Yang Kai was being held hostage, but in reality, Yuhi didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, when flying, she deliberately slowed down so that he could keep up. After 6 or 7 days like this, Yuhi's wounds were more or less healed. And as early as 3 days ago, this woman had become more talkative, asking Yang Kai many things. When Yang Kai was in a good mood, he would chat with her, and when he was in a bad mood, he would ignore her. Yuhi didn't seem angry, and instead smiled all day long, making Yang Kai wonder if this woman's mind was a bit twisted. In particular, the way she often looked at him was a bit strange. After passing through this territory gate, we still have to pass through 2 large territory gates before we reach our destination, Yuhi said as she flew, pointing at the territory gate in front of them. Your home is very far away. Yang Kai followed behind her. After a few days of being together, Yang Kai's hostility toward her was not as strong. It's okay. Let's go to the star market over there. I want to buy something. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He didn't have the power to make the decision, and Yuhi would go wherever she said. But this woman dared to take him to the star market. Was she not afraid that he would take the opportunity to escape? Yuhi seemed to know what he was thinking. She turned around and smiled. That star market is an ownerless place. Fighting is prohibited. If you want to escape, you can try. Yang Kai couldn't help but curl his lips. He wondered why this woman was so bold. She didn't want to go to any other star market but this one. So there was this reason. After passing through the territory gate, Yuhi led Yang Kai to a star market. This star market gave Yang Kai a completely different feeling from the first inn. As soon as he entered the star market, he saw people fighting on the streets. It was very chaotic. Many people looked at him with malicious eyes, especially when they looked at Yuhi's graceful figure. Greed flashed in their eyes from time to time. However, they were afraid of Yuhi's powerful aura, so no one dared to cause trouble. Instead of calling this a star market, Yang Kai felt that it was more appropriate to call it a black market. This seemed to be a place where people who lived in the dark gathered. The star market was very large. It was several times larger than the star market managed by Dejan Tian. There were also many people gathered here. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least several 100,000 people here. Following Yuhi into several stores, Yang Kai was speechless as he watched her spend money like water. This 5th stage, splitting the heavens, was extraordinary. The things Yuhi bought were very messy. Some were for cultivation, and some were for healing. It could be seen that Yuhi often came to this star market and was familiar with the shopkeepers of some of the stores. After shopping for more than half a day, they finally bought all the things they needed. Without stopping, the two were about to leave. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the street, and many people looked up at the sky. With such a big movement, it was naturally impossible for Yang Kai and Yuhi not to notice. They could not help but stop and look in the direction of everyone's gazes. What he saw caused Kai Yang's brow to wrinkle. Up in the sky, a large mass of pink fog was sweeping towards him. The area covered by this fog was simply indescribable. It seemed to be able to fill his entire field of vision. Furthermore, it was moving at an extremely fast speed. When Yang Kai first saw it, the pink fog was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was right above the star market and was still pressing down at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Yang Kai was stunned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. The great cosmological abyss fog. Before Yuhi could answer, there were already cries of panic on the street, as if someone had recognized the origin of this pink fog. Yuhi's expression also changed drastically. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and shouted, "Let's go." Yang Kai only felt his body lighten, and then the surrounding scenery quickly receded. Surprisingly, Yuhi was doing her best to escape, as if she wanted to escape the range of this fog. Chapter 3983. Yuhi looked as if she was facing a great enemy, which made Yang Kai extremely nervous. Although he didn't know what the great cosmological abyss fog was, he could guess that it was definitely not something good. Everyone in Star City was frantically retreating. Everyone was running away. Yang Kai turned his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Under the shroud of the great cosmological abyss fog, the cultivator who couldn't escape in time disappeared into thin air. The pink fog was like an invisible beast that swallowed all the cultivator. No matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't resist. Yang Kai even saw a third-stage heaven splitter who couldn't resist for a moment even after using all his strength. Not only were the cultivator like this, but even the buildings in Star City and the spirit state where Star City was located were the same. In the fog, the spirit state dissipated, and so did the buildings. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths after Yang Kai discovered the great cosmological abyss fog, more than half of Star City disappeared, including everything in it. Yuhi grabbed Yang Kai's arm and desperately fled. She was a 5th-stage heaven splitter, and her strength wasn't low. When she used her full strength, her speed was extremely fast. But even so, she couldn't escape the pursuit of the fog. Seeing that the fog was about to catch up, Yang Kai panicked. Let go. The speed of the great cosmological abyss fog was too fast. At this moment, he could only rely on teleportation to have a chance to escape. However, Yuhi had a tight grip on him, so Yang Kai couldn't use the spatial law in peace. Yuhi didn't care about him. Yang Kai didn't know about the strangeness of the great cosmological abyss fog, but she was very clear about it. Sensing Yang Kai's struggle, she silently injected a force into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body went soft, and he almost vomited blood in anger. And it was this momentary delay that caused him to lose the best opportunity to escape. The pink fog of the great cosmological abyss swept over from behind, enveloping the two of them in an instant. Yang Kai's vision changed, and a feeling of dizziness assaulted him. His entire body was surrounded by the pink mist, and he couldn't see anything else. He couldn't even release his divine sense. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yui's voice entered his ears, her breath like orchids. Don't be afraid. The fog of the great cosmological abyss has no killing power. You won't die. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. Since it had no lethality, why were the many cultivator in Star City so terrified and uneasy when they saw the fog of the great cosmological abyss? Furthermore, he had seen countless cultivators swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss with his own eyes. Were those people still alive? His body shuttled through the darkness as if he was falling into an endless abyss. A delicate figure pressed against him. Even though he couldn't see it, Yang Kai knew that it was Yueha. He secretly laughed in his heart. A 5th-stage heaven opening actually felt insecure. However, he was more curious at the moment. He didn't know what the fog of the great cosmological abyss was, nor did he know what would happen after he was swallowed by it. However, the current feeling was not unfamiliar. It was as if he was shuttling through an unknown place. It didn't take long for the pink mist that had been wrapping around his body to dissipate. His vision suddenly became clear, and he seemed to have arrived at another world. This was definitely not the Star City just now because his vision was wide and boundless, as if he was on a plane. There were many cultivators scattered around. Obviously, they were the unlucky ones that had been swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss just now. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai frowned. He saw that the sky was dim, as if it could collapse at any time, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. There were many ruins scattered around behind him. Judging from the shape of these buildings and some plaques, they should be the shops of Star City. It was the first time Yang Kai had seen a strange scene that could even swallow some buildings, so he couldn't help but have a strange expression. The cultivator that had been swallowed had different reactions. Some looked excited, some looked depressed, and some even cursed the damned heavens. The great cosmological abyss realm. Yuhi looked around and murmured, I didn't expect the rumors to be true. The great cosmological abyss realm? Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. It was only then that he realized that she had been grabbing his arm, and he couldn't help but look down. Yuhi let go and chuckled. Outside this universe, there are 3,000 worlds that are controlled and occupied by various major forces. However, in addition to those known to the world, there are also some hidden in the void, such as the Great Cosmological Abyss Realm. The Great Cosmological Abyss Realm appears once in 1,000 years, and every time it appears, it's a flash in the pan. No one can find its traces unless they're lucky enough to enter this place. Lucky chance? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's both a lucky chance and a disaster. Yuhi turned her head and glanced at him. The Great Cosmological Abyss Realm is mysterious and unfathomable. It drifts outside the universe and is not in the world. If it's not a lucky chance, then what is it? Yang Kai sneered. If it's really a lucky chance, why did you flee in panic before? How could any of the surrounding cultivators curse out loud? How could there be anyone with ashen faces? Yuhi's face gradually turned solemn as she said in a deep voice, "In the past, I only heard that when the great cosmological abyss realm appeared, the great cosmological abyss realm would be shrouded in fog and everything would be devoured. Only when I saw it with my own eyes did I know that the rumors were true." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "From what you've said, it's possible to leave the great cosmological abyss realm?" Yuhi said, "Of course. If it's impossible to leave, how did the rumors about the great cosmological abyss realm spread? However, this place cannot be broken by external forces. As long as you stay here for a certain period of time, you can naturally leave." "How long will it take?" Yang Kai frowned. Hearing that it was possible to leave the great cosmological abyss realm, Yang Kai was not so worried. He was afraid that he would be trapped in this damned place for the rest of his life. "I'm not sure. Some say it's 10 years, some say it's 20 years, and some say it's 50 years or 100 years. It seems that the time limit of the great cosmological abyss realm is different every time." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. 10 or 20 years was fine, but if they were really trapped here for 50 or 100 years, it would be a little bad. The great cosmological abyss realm is not a good place. You must be careful. Yuhi stared at him again and said solemnly, "If 10 people enter here, it's already not bad if 1 or 2 can leave alive. Is it very dangerous here?" Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi nodded. "There are many ancient remnant beasts living here. Each of them is tyrannical in strength and can easily massacre entire cities and clans. Moreover, the human heart is the most dangerous." As she spoke, she glanced at the cultivator with different expressions. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You just said that this place is an opportunity and also a disaster. I finally understand the disaster, but where is the opportunity?" Yuhi chuckled. "The great cosmological abyss realm opens once every 1,000 years, and not everyone can enter it every time. If the great cosmological abyss mist sweeps through the void, I'm afraid that even if the great cosmological abyss realm opens, no one can come here. As far as I know, the last time someone came to the great cosmological abyss realm was thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of nurturing, don't you think this place is a treasure trove?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yuhi continued, "Some people found enough power here and directly advanced to the high-grade heaven opening realm when they left. Some people found the great cosmological abyss fruit here and directly advanced to the next grade. Some people even subdued ancient remnant beasts here and swept through the 3,000 worlds. There are countless examples of people who soared to the sky after obtaining benefits here. It is said that the leaders of Xinyuan Cave Heaven, True Martial Cave Heaven, and Hunyuan Cave Heaven once came to the great cosmological abyss realm." Yang Kai was taken aback when he heard this. He had never heard of the great cosmological fruit before, but the effect of allowing one's cultivation to rise by one's minor realm was too incredible. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if such a thing really existed. Moreover, the Xinyuan Grotto Heaven, True Martial Grotto Heaven, and Chaos Grotto Heaven were among the top grotto heavens, and their leaders were at least grade 8 heaven opening realm experts. How could such a character have come to the great cosmological realm? Did their high achievements have anything to do with the experiences they had here? Everything was unknown, but the only thing Yang Kai could be sure of was that there were indeed many opportunities in the Great Void Realm, and they were not small. Otherwise, why would so many cultivators be so excited? Yuhi suddenly frowned again. "There are too many people coming in this time. I'm afraid there has never been so many people coming in the great cosmological abyss realm before." This time was also a coincidence. The great cosmological abyss mist had swept across a star city. Yang Kai estimated that the people of the entire star city couldn't escape and were all swallowed by the great cosmological abyss realm. Hundreds of thousands of people from the entire star city gathered in the great cosmological abyss realm, which could be said to be a historical precedent. However, Yang Kai felt that there shouldn't be so many people gathered here. They were probably scattered when they entered the great cosmological abyss realm, So there were only a few tens of thousands of people here. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a shrill scream. Startled, Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw the group of people surrounding a big man wielding a saber, confronting another group of people. At the front of the group was a cultivator dressed like a servant. At the moment, his face was filled with pain as he clutched his stomach, a look of horror on his face. On his stomach, there was a bloody wound with blood flowing out. Obviously, it was caused by the big man wielding the saber. The big man with the saber looked disdainful and shouted angrily, "I'll say it again, get out of my way or die." The leader of the group of people confronting him looked like the shopkeeper of a shop. Hearing this, his expression changed and he cupped his hands. "Everyone, we are all in trouble together, so we should help each other. Why do you have to hurt others so easily? My spring herb haul is not without a backer. Aren't you afraid of retribution in the future for doing this?" The big man with the saber sneered. "Retribution? Let's talk about it later." Saying so, he slashed forward with his saber. The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically and he wanted to retreat, but the big man with the saber was much stronger than him. When the saber slashed down from the top of his head, the saber light bloomed and directly split the shopkeeper in half. When the servants standing behind the shopkeeper saw this, they all screamed in horror and fled in all directions. The big man with the saber laughed wildly and ordered his subordinates, "Take away all the spirit pills in this shop. Don't leave a single one behind." The crowd behind him rushed out in a single file and rushed into the collapsed shop. They lifted up the broken walls and collected bottles of spirit pills into their pouches. Chapter 3984. Human Heart. Yuhi chuckled coldly. Her tone was full of sarcasm, but she had no intention of interfering. The star market was a chaotic place. Not to mention that it had been swallowed into the great cosmological realm. Even outside, there were often people fighting to the death on the streets. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many similar scenes. All the shops in Star Market had been swallowed into the great cosmological realm, and even the goods in the shops were not spared. Now that everyone was trapped here and completely cut off from the outside world, the goods in those shops naturally became popular items, especially places like Spring Herb Hall that specialized in selling pills. It was the favorite of the cultivator. Although the shopkeepers and staff of those shops tried their best to stop them, how could they stop this group of people who were like wolves and tigers? They were all scattered and the goods in the shops were swept clean. "Stop, all of you. Whoever dares to touch my Spring Herb Hall's things will die." With a stern shout, a middle-aged old man rushed over from not far away and landed in front of the collapsed Spring Herb Hall. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings with disdain. When the staff of Spring Herb Hall saw him, they were overjoyed and crowded around him. One of the staff cried out, "Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Not only did this guy steal our pills, but he also killed the shopkeeper with a single slash." The newcomer glanced at the shopkeeper's corpse on the ground, then looked up at the big man with the saber. "Did you kill him?" The big man with the saber frowned, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but soon, this trace of fear disappeared. He rested the saber on his shoulder and sneered, "Master Kong, long time no see." The old man with the surname Kong snorted, "Ding-e, you're quite bold. You know that this is my man, yet you still dare to attack. I think you're tired of living. Obediently kneel down and cripple your own cultivation, and this old man can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." The man called Dingy heard this and said, "Master Kong is really impressive." Shaking his head, he grinned and said, "If we were outside, I wouldn't dare to offend your Excellency Kong, who is at level 3 of the heaven-splitting realm. I could only kneel down and lick your boots. But your Excellency Kong, have you forgotten where you are? This is the great cosmological realm, and the great cosmological realm is sealed by the great cosmological realm's fog. I wonder what kind of strength Master Kong can unleash with his third stage heaven opening cultivation base." The old man surnamed Kong said angrily, "More than enough to kill you." Dingy brandished his saber and stepped forward. He squinted and said, "Then I'll have to experience Master Kang's skills." "You're courting death." Old man Kong was infuriated. This person that used to bow and scrape before him had actually brazenly provoked him at this moment. How could he endure this? As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Dingy and slammed his palm down. Dingy was not afraid when he saw this. Instead, his eyes lit up and he laughed. "You old dog, you've been riding on my head for hundreds of years. Today, I'll get some interest back." From the meaning of his words, it seemed that he had some enmity with this old man surnamed Kong. Otherwise, he would not have targeted Spring Herb Hall. The saber light surged and slashed down. A violent power lingered on the long saber, cutting through the old man surnamed Kang's palm force and pressing forward. The old man surnamed Kong struck out several palms in succession. With a few booms, the two figures separated as soon as they touched. Dingy retreated dozens of feet and crashed into a collapsed shop. The old man surnamed Kong only took 3 steps back before stabilizing his body. As soon as they exchanged blows, Dingy fell into a disadvantage. However, this scene made countless people's eyes burn in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. This old man surnamed Kong was at level 3 of the Splitting Heaven realm. If they were outside, Dingy would not be able to contend with him. However, in the great cosmological realm, although Dingy was still not his opponent, he was at least qualified to fight him. It turned out to be true that the great cosmological realm's fog sealed the universe. Everyone was enlightened. Rumble. Like muffled thunder rolling across the ground, Dingy rushed out of the collapsed building with his saber. Although blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were shining. He waved his saber and said, "Brothers, there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm. This old dog has humiliated us for many years. Today, let's take revenge together." As soon as he said that, the cultivators who had followed Ding Yi before were all shocked. They summoned their secret treasures and followed Ding Yi to attack the old man surnamed Kong. The old man surnamed Kang's expression changed drastically. Although the Spring Herb Hall's workers joined forces to help, the huge gap in numbers could not be made up for. Screams rang out, and the workers of the Spring Herb Hall fell to the ground and died in less than 3 breaths. Even the old man surnamed Kong was hit by the power of several secret treasures and spat out blood. Seeing that things were not going well, the old man surnamed Kong gritted his teeth and said, "Ding Yi, this old man will definitely return today's grudge 100-fold. Remember this." After saying that, he turned around and rushed out of Star City. Although Dingy led everyone to stop him, he was powerless. After all, the old man surnamed Kong had the foundation of a 3rd stage, Splitting Heaven. Although he could not exert his full strength in the great cosmological realm, Ding Yi and the others could not stop him if he wanted to escape. Looking at the departing figure of the old man surnamed Kong, Ding Yi spat fiercely on the ground, full of unwillingness. In Star City, countless people watched this scene with different thoughts. Some were happy, while others were sad. Ding Yi raised his arms and shouted at the right time, "Brothers, we venerable sovereigns have been living a humble and difficult life outside this universe, all thanks to those arrogant heaven-opening masters. Today, the heavens have given us a great opportunity to enter the great cosmological realm. Do you still want to let those arrogant heaven-opening masters ride on your heads? Why don't you follow this Ding Yi and overturn this heaven and flatten this earth? When you leave in the future, you will also be able to look down on all living beings." These words were extremely provocative and resonated with the hearts of many, especially those Emperor Realm Masters who had always been bullied by heaven-splitting realm cultivators. They all resonated with Ding Yi's words and longed to be able to overturn the situation, their eyes burning with passion as they stared at him. In an instant, many people gathered around Ding Yi, as if they wanted to follow his lead. Yang Kai leisurely turned his head to look at Yueha. The fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, and there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm? Although he did not know what the old man surnamed Kang's true cultivation was, since Ding Yi said that he was a 3rd stage splitting heaven, it should not be wrong. However, in the battle just now, the old man surnamed Kong had only displayed the strength of a peak venerable sovereign. Where was the power of splitting heaven? Thinking back to what Ding Yi had said before, Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart. Yueha hesitated for a while before sighing, "Yes, Although the fog of the great cosmological realm is not lethal, it is extremely strange. If it invades the body, it will seal the lesser universe world. In other words, in the great cosmological realm, splitting heaven realms are unable to display their full strength, which is why there is the saying that there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a while before grinning. Then you're in trouble. He could not help but laugh at the sky. Originally, Yang Kai was a little unhappy that he had suddenly fallen to such a place. He felt that if Yueha had not held him hostage, he might not have encountered such a situation, but now, it seemed that he had to thank her properly. In the great cosmological realm, the splitting heaven realm's lesser universe world was sealed. With the lesser universe world sealed, the strength that a splitting heaven realm cultivator could display was limited, just like that old man surnamed Kong, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm. If not for this, how could old man surnamed Kong, a third-grade splitting heaven realm cultivator, be beaten to a pulp by Ding Yi and the others? And at the level of the Emperor realm, when had Yang Kai ever been afraid of anyone? He had never thought that there would be a time when he could do whatever he wanted outside of the universe world. Yueha snorted lightly. So what if the universe world is sealed? A splitting heaven realm cultivator is a splitting heaven realm cultivator after all. His foundation is there, and the ordinary people of the Emperor realm can't be his match at all. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "That's because you can't imagine what I'm capable of." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, the number of people from the Emperor realm in this star market is more than 100 times that of splitting heaven realm cultivators. If one person is not a match, how could 10 not be a match?" Yueha said angrily, "You want to fight me?" Yang Kai turned his head and smiled. "There's no need for that. Someone will make a move against you. After all, you're a high and mighty splitting heaven realm cultivator." Yueha's expression changed slightly when she heard this. When she turned her head, she saw Dingy staring straight at her. His eyes were filled with greed and passion, constantly rotating on her beautiful face and voluptuous body. He pointed his long blade and shouted, "Brothers, I remember that this woman seems to be a 5th stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. What do you think we should do?" 5th stage splitting heaven realm. A group of people exclaimed. For most cultivators, splitting heaven realm cultivators were high and mighty existences. Even a 3rd stage splitting heaven realm cultivator like the old man surnamed Kong was a great figure in their eyes, let alone a 5th stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. Many people had never seen such a powerful expert in their lives. This was especially so for Yueha's charm. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were watery, as if they could seduce souls. In an instant, many people's hearts were stirred, and greed was born. Take her down. So what if you're a 5th stage splitting heaven realm cultivator? She's the same as us in the great cosmological realm. Tisk Tsk, a 5th stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. I've never played with such a master in my life. If I can have a good night with her, it'll be worth it even if I die. This woman doesn't look like a decent person. She must be very exciting in bed. Obscenities came from all directions, causing Yueha's expression to turn cold, and her body overflowed with killing intent. Normally, these guys from the Emperor realm, or even the Emperor realm, would not dare to talk to her like this. However, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, coupled with Ding Yi's bewitchment just now, the dark side of people's hearts was immediately exposed. It seemed that just the filth of words could give this group of people a lot of pleasure, and their words became more and more unbearable. Yueha trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You're courting death." Dingy sneered and said, "The last guy who said that has already fled in embarrassment. Madam, if you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. Then, I may be able to take good care of you. But if you don't blame us for not knowing how to show you mercy when we fight later." As he spoke, the saber light on his long saber flickered, making him look even more ferocious. Chapter 3985. Yuhi secretly gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to slap Ding Yi to death, but she also knew that she didn't have the ability to do so in the great cosmological realm. Judging from Ding Yi's fight with Old Man Kong just now, Ding Yi's strength in the Emperor realm wasn't weak. It was unrealistic for her to take Dingy down with the strength that she could display now. Dingy pointed his saber and said aggressively, "Madam, you decide whether to stay or fight." Yuhi glared at him bitterly before turning to look at Yang Kai with a trace of longing in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile and was indifferent. To him, Yuhi was an enemy and not a friend. He was already being very kind by not adding insult to injury, so why would he care about her life or death? "You're on your own." A trace of disappointment flashed in Yuhi's eyes. Her figure swayed, and she quickly rushed out of the star market. Dingy looked on coldly and had no intention of pursuing. Old Man Kong, who was a third-grade heaven splitter, could escape from the siege of everyone, so Yuhi, who was a fifth-grade heaven splitter, naturally had the same ability. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to do anything useless. He turned his head and looked deeply at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. "I have a grudge with her." "That better be the case." Dingy snorted and turned to face the many cultivators. He shouted, "Today, I, Ding Yi, want to establish Dtian and Dzun as the heavens. This dilapidated star market will be my headquarters in the great cosmological realm. Anyone who is willing to join can stay and live and die with me and my brothers. We will share blessings and hardships together. If anyone is unwilling, please leave quickly. If there are still people who have nothing to do here before tomorrow, don't blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, he slashed down with his saber, and a gully appeared on the ground. Yang Kai frowned. This Dingy seemed to be quite a character. He actually took this opportunity to raise the flag and gather people. It was a very smart decision. The opening of the great cosmological realm this time was completely different from before. There were too many people entering, and it was difficult to fight alone. If they could gather some people, it would be convenient for them to do anything. However, it seemed that he wanted to occupy this dilapidated star market. This would definitely arouse the disgust of many people, especially the heaven splitters who were still hiding in the star market. But then again, if this Dtian could be established and survive a few more tribulations, the peoples will be useful. Tian, D. We'll share blessings and hardships together. To Yang Kai's surprise, when Ding Yi's words fell, dozens of people began to shout, and the number of people continued to increase as their voices rose. Yang Kai was stunned. He had not been in the outside world for long. Apart from the period when he was a servant in the Kikikyo land, he had lived a relatively comfortable life on the first shelf, so he could not understand the status of the Emperor realm in the 3,000 worlds. But then he thought of Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was here, she would probably be attracted by Dtian's ideals. With this thought, Yang Kai felt relieved. It was rare to have such a chance to make a comeback, so how could these people from the Emperor realm not grasp it? The cheers grew louder and louder. The dozens of people gradually increased to over 100, and then to several hundred. Ding Yi's face was flushed red in front of everyone's eyes. He raised the long saber in his hand and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar faces below in high spirits. As the saying goes, heroes only show their true colors when the sea is turbulent, and heroes emerge in troubled times. At this moment, two figures suddenly rushed over from the distance. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the two people were the old man surnamed Kong and Yu He who had left earlier. He did not know what they were thinking, but they actually returned. Furthermore, their expressions were very serious, as if something big had happened. "Old dog, you still dare to come back?" Dingy also noticed the old man surnamed Kong and laughed. "I'll use your head as an offering to my Dtian's flag." Who knew that the old man surnamed Kong would ignore him and continue to flee, leaving Dingy stunned. Yuhi rushed to Yang Kai's side and grabbed him, shouting, "Let's go." Yang Kai frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he felt the ground tremble. At first, the tremors were not intense, but soon, a rumbling sound could be heard, as if thunder was rolling. Yang Kai's expression changed as he vaguely sensed something. He looked up and saw a black mass of things rushing over. Their speed was not much slower than the old man surnamed Kong and Yu He's. The darkness was endless, as if there was no end to it. It covered the sky and the earth, and it was a group of strange beasts of different sizes and shapes. It was unknown whether Yu He and the old man surnamed Kong were chased back or deliberately lured here, especially the few strange beasts in the lead. They were extremely large, and their overflowing hostility was terrifying. Even Yang Kai's expression changed slightly when he saw them. How could he dare to hesitate? Following that, Yuhi's figure flashed and fled into the distance. The Star City was instantly in chaos. Dingy also widened his eyes, and his heart was cold. He had thought that it was a good opportunity to make a name for himself, but who knew that he would encounter such a calamity as soon as he raised his flag? He did not know if he could leave this place alive. However, he was determined and made a decision in an instant. He raised his arms and shouted, "The beast tide is attacking. We can only have a chance of survival by huddling together. If you don't want to die, follow me." As he shouted, he urged his power, and his body shone brightly as he rushed in the opposite direction of the beast tide. As soon as he moved, quite a number of people followed behind him. A rough count showed that there were at least 1,000 people following him. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Star City. Although they had been scattered when they were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, there were still tens of thousands of people gathered here. If everyone worked together, they might be able to guard this place. However, tens of thousands of people had different thoughts, so how could there be a unified command? Therefore, before the beast tide arrived, everyone dispersed. The beast tide caused a huge commotion. Soon, everyone in the Star City knew about it and fled. Yang Kai and Yuhi rushed all the way to the other side of Star City, thinking that they would be able to fly freely like birds in the sky, but they hadn't expected that the cultivators on the other side would suddenly rush towards them. Many of them collided mid-air and fell to the ground. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. When he looked up, his eyes could not help but shrink. Yuhi also exclaimed, "There's one here too. No wonder the people over there would rush over here." It turned out that there was also a beast tide over there. Yang Kai frowned and flew straight into the sky. He looked left and right and could not help but feel a headache. Not only was there a beast tide attacking from the front and back, but the Star City was completely surrounded by the beast tide. There were mutated beasts in all directions. If they wanted to leave this place, they had to kill their way out. When he landed, Yuhi asked, "How was it?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yuhi understood and was not very nervous. She looked at him and said, "Don't be too far away from me, or I won't be able to take care of you." Yang Kai had a strange expression when he heard this. He pondered for a moment and gave up on using the law of space to escape. A figure approached. It was the old man surnamed Kong who had escaped with Yuhi. "Madam, shall we work together to kill our way out?" Yuhi smiled gently. "That's the only way." The old man surnamed Kong glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. "You want to bring this burden along?" The reason he looked for Yuhi was because he knew that Yuhi was in the heaven-opening realm. Even though the mini-universe world in her body was sealed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, the power of the heaven-opening realm was still stronger. What could Yang Kai do in the Emperor realm in front of this beast tide? He would only be a burden to the two of them. "This is my young master. Of course I have to protect his safety." Yuhi's smile faded. "If you think my young master will be a burden to you, it's fine if we don't work together." Hearing this, the old man surnamed Kong was taken aback. He had been in Star City for a long time and had seen Yuhi before. He knew that she was in the 5th stage of the heaven-opening realm. What was the background of the person she called her young master? Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. Is this woman crazy? Do I look like a young master from a big faction? Thinking back to the beast tide attack, the first thing she did when she ran back was to bring him along. Yang Kai couldn't understand what she was thinking. Without hesitation, the old man surnamed Kong said, "Then I'll do as you wish." However, this old man can only take care of himself. If you encounter danger later, don't complain. Yuhi said, "Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. Let's go." The old man surnamed Kong shouted in a low voice and rushed forward. "Keep up." Yuhi also reminded Yang Kai and followed closely. In the blink of an eye, the group of 3 rushed out of Star City. At this moment, many people were also rushing out. Everyone knew that if they continued to stay here, they would only be waiting for death. If they wanted to live, they had to kill their way out. The overwhelming tide of mutant beasts quickly collided with the many cultivators. In an instant, The brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Mutant beasts were beheaded one after another, mixed with miserable cries. There were many mutant beasts, and what was even more terrifying was that each of them possessed extraordinary strength. The environment of the great cosmological realm was excellent, and no one had disturbed it for thousands of years. These mutant beasts were able to grow safely in this place, so their strength was naturally not too bad. After a series of attacks, countless Star City cultivators were killed or injured. Although many were killed, it was only a drop in the ocean in front of the huge beast tide. The old man surnamed Kang's strength was extraordinary. The reason why he was beaten back just now was that two fists could not fight against four hands. At this moment, he opened a path with a long sword, his strength flowing freely as he moved with the sword, forcibly opening a path of survival in the midst of the beast tide. Yuhi held a red caltrop in her hand, which twisted and turned the mutant beasts into dust. Yang Kai followed behind the two heaven-opening realms, taking a leisurely stroll, as if he was strolling in a garden. Yuhi took good care of him, and not a single mutant beast could reach him. After a short while, the old man surnamed Kong shouted, "Change!" As soon as he said this, he retreated with a step, and Yuhi took the opportunity to step forward. Although the two did not discuss it, they cooperated perfectly and swapped positions. After all, the old man surnamed Kong was also a little exhausted after standing at the front for a long time. Once he exhausted his strength, he would definitely die without a complete corpse, so how could he do something that would cause him to lose out? This time, Yang Kai was no longer as leisurely. The old man surnamed Kong did not take care of Yang Kai like Yuhi did. Although he killed many of the mutant beasts attacking from all directions, there were still some that slipped through the net. Chapter 3986. Old Man Kong also seemed to want to see Yang Kai's ability, so even though he could intercept some strange beasts, he turned a deaf ear to them and allowed them to rush towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a series of moon blades, cutting the approaching beasts in half before they could even get close, their corpses sliced cleanly in half. Space Divine Technique. Old Man Kong narrowed his eyes, secretly wondering if this young man was really the young master of some great force. Even outside of this universe, there were not many who were proficient in the Space Divine Technique, let alone condensing their own Tao seal with the Space Divine Technique. The Tao of space was more profound and obscure than other Taos, and it was difficult to cultivate it. Without huge resources and the guidance of a famous teacher, how could this young man have such a deep understanding of the Tao of space? Thinking of this, Old Man Kong could not help but look at Yang Kai in a higher light, secretly feeling that this person's origin was extraordinary. Otherwise, Yu He, a fifth-grade heaven splitter, would not have called him young master. Now he was completely relieved. The power Yang Kai displayed now was not inferior to his and Yu He's. With the three of them working together, their chances of killing their way out had greatly increased. Old Man Kang's thoughts changed, but Yang Kai did not notice. On the contrary, Yuhi glanced back at Yang Kai and was relieved to see that he was at ease. The three of them moved forward, stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but the strange beasts were endless. Old Man Kong and Yuhi had exchanged positions several times in a row, and both of them had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them had extremely solemn expressions. Compared to the monster beast outside, the strange beasts in the great cosmological realm seemed to be much stronger in the same realm. They did not know if it was because of the environment of the great cosmological realm. In the great cosmological realm, there was no heaven splitter. Not only was this the case for the cultivator, but also for these ancient beasts. After accumulating in the same realm for many years, the power they could exert would also be stronger. Gradually, a lot of people gathered around the three of them. At this time, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would know to gather together for warmth. Yang Kai and the other two had been invincible all the way. So, they naturally attracted the attention of some people. Under the desire to survive, many people gathered around them. Yu He and the old man surnamed Kong didn't say anything. At this time, the more people gathered around them, the more advantageous it would be for them. Thus, they tacitly approved of the actions of those people. After the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, 100 people had already gathered, and as time passed, Even more people were approaching. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Brother Yang? Is it Brother Yang?" The voice sounded a little familiar. Yang Kai looked over in surprise, only to see a man bathed in blood, wielding a sharp sword as he charged over. There were a few people following behind him, but there were many strange beasts between them, so they couldn't get close for a while. Their eyes met. Yang Kai was surprised. Brother Meng? This person was none other than Meng Hong of the Great Moon Prefecture. Yang Kai didn't expect to meet someone he knew here. He wasn't very familiar with Meng Hong, but they had been together for a while. At that time, he took Ah-sun to look for his relatives. After finding Wei Kei, they were arranged to stay in a ship in the Great Moon Prefecture. At that time, it was Meng Hong who arranged the room for them. Knowing that Yang Kai had just entered the outer space and was confused about this place, Meng Hong gave him a jade slip that introduced all kinds of information about the outer space. However, after the incident at the Golden Crow Palace, Yang Kai stole the Golden Crow's corpse and fled back to the first inn. The Great Moon Prefecture was too weak to protect Yang Kai, so Wei Kei and the head of the Great Moon Prefecture gave him some compensation and left. Before they left, they were asked by Yang Kai to bring Old Fong and Daiyu to the Great Moon Prefecture. Meng Hong had a good character and was the leader of this generation of the Great Moon Prefecture, so he could be considered generous and honest. Since he was an acquaintance, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. His figure flickered, and he rushed over. The moon blade at his fingertips spat out, cutting down the strange beasts. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Meng Hong's side. "It's really you, Brother Yang." Meng Hong was surprised and delighted. "I thought I recognized the wrong person." Yang Kai grinned. "I also didn't expect to meet Brother Meng here. Let's not talk about small talk. Come with me." Meng Hong nodded. "Thank you, Brother Yang." He turned around and called out to his companions, "Let's go." When Yang Kai went to pick them up, Yueha, who was leading the charge, immediately stopped. She waited until Yang Kai brought Meng Hong and the others back to the team before Yueha moved forward again. This action made the old man surnamed Kong frown slightly. He was a little unhappy, but since nothing happened, he didn't bother to say anything. Although this group of over 100 people was unable to influence the overall situation in front of this overwhelming beast tide, at the very least, they had some ability to protect themselves. Although they did not know each other, in order to survive, their will was as strong as an impregnable fortress. Everyone twisted their strength into a rope, and like a sharp arrow, they shot outwards. "Brother Meng, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked casually as he attacked. Meng Hong smiled bitterly. "There is a property in Star City that belongs to the Great Moon Prefecture. I came here to check the accounts." Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. "Then you're really unlucky." Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, what about you? Why are you here?" "It's a coincidence," Kai Yang said casually. It wasn't that he didn't want to say he was being held hostage. That would be too shameful. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Brother Yang. These are my junior brothers and junior sisters. This is junior sister Chunyu from the 100 Spirit Prefecture." Meng Hong pointed to the people who came with him and introduced them. When he talked about his junior brothers and junior sisters, Meng Hong's expression was natural, but when he mentioned Chunyu from the 100 Spirit Prefecture, Meng Hong's expression became tender and sweet. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing at Chunyu and found that this woman had a sweet appearance and an exquisite figure. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Meng Hong was interested in this woman. As for the disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture, two of them looked familiar to Yang Kai, and he thought that he had seen them before. After all, Kai Yang had saved them, which was a debt of gratitude. Chunyu even smiled sweetly and said, "Many thanks, senior brother Kai, for saving me. It was like I was in water and fire." Her voice was sweet, but it didn't lose its purity and was very pleasant to listen to. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Junior sister Chen, you're too polite. It's not a big deal. Let's think of a way to get through this difficult situation first." Chunyu said generously, "I'll listen to Brother Yang's instructions." While they were talking, the earth shook violently and an extremely fierce aura rushed toward them. The old man surnamed Kong, who was leading the way, exclaimed, "Thunder roar." Everyone raised their heads and looked over. They saw an extremely enormous exotic beast that seemed like a rhinoceros charging over. Even though this exotic beast was enormous, its speed wasn't slow at all. As it approached, numerous tiny bolts of lightning actually appeared in the heavens and the earth. They drifted through the air and touched the bodies of everyone, causing them to feel numb. Exclamations were heard and everyone panicked. Yang Kai's eyes also narrowed slightly. Thunder roars were famous fierce beasts in the 3,000 worlds. They were an ancient remnant, and judging from the ferocity of this thunder roar, it had probably cultivated to the limit of the great cosmological realm. Who would dare to face such a fierce beast head-on? In this huge beast horde, this thunder roar was probably the top existence. Wherever it went, all the beasts would retreat. It was obvious how powerful it was. 1,000 feet away, the thunder roar suddenly let out a dull roar and lowered its head. From the single horn on its forehead, a bolt of lightning struck straight at the old man surnamed Kong. The blazing white lightning contained the power to destroy the world and ignored the barriers of space, crossing 1,000 feet. The lightning bolt was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. What made everyone's expression change drastically was that in the face of this terrifying blow, the old man surnamed Kong didn't even think about it and directly dodged to the side. Even so, his speed was slightly slower and half of his body was grazed by the lightning bolt, instantly emitting a burnt smell. He was the one in the lead, so with such a dodge, he immediately exposed everyone behind him. Although Yuhi could also dodge, she didn't move. Instead, she shook the red caltrip in her hand and turned it into a blood-red shield in front of her. With a loud bang, a bright white light burst forth. The blood-red shield only lasted a breath of time before it was broken and the blazing white lightning bolt slammed into Yuhi, sending her flying backwards like a rag sack, blood spraying out of her body. Yang Kai reacted quickly and caught her. Looking down, he saw that Yuhi's face was pale and the corners of her mouth were full of blood. Her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, obviously heavily injured. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the earth trembled as the thunder roar's attack was successful and it quickly rushed forward. This team of over 100 people had been put together at the last minute, so seeing one of the two Kai Tian leaders flee and the other injured, how could they dare to remain in place? In the blink of an eye, the group of people had all run away. Only Meng Hong and the others remained. After all, Yang Kai had just saved them, so they couldn't just leave Yang Kai behind. Meng Hong anxiously shouted, "Brother Yang, run!" Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Yuhi in his arms with a strange expression. "Why didn't you dodge?" Yuhi forced out a laugh. "You're still behind me. What would I do if I dodged? If a heaven-opening realm cultivator like her was reduced to such a state, if Yang Kai was struck by the lightning bolt, his soul would likely scatter. Am I that close to you?" Yang Kai looked at her speechlessly. Yuhi pursed her lips and stubbornly refused to speak. "AI." Yang Kai sighed lightly and turned around, handing Yuhi to Chenyu. "Help me look after her." "What are you doing?" Yuhi asked in shock. Meng Hong and the others were also stunned. Looking over, they saw Yang Kai walking forward step by step, his black hair fluttering in the wind and his heroic figure standing straight like a mountain, deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. With a cracking sound, the horn on the thunder roar's forehead released a blazing white lightning bolt that shot towards Yang Kai like a dragon emerging from the sea. "Go away!" Yuhi screamed in horror. Meng Hong also cried out, "Brother Yang, be careful." As soon as he said this, Yang Kai punched out, his deep voice ringing in everyone's hearts. Exile. Wherever the fist arrived, space collapsed, instantly forming a huge black hole. This black hole was filled with an aura of primal chaos and nothingness, and the lightning bolt that could injure a heaven-opening realm cultivator plunged into it and disappeared. The black hole disappeared in a flash, and Yang Kai withdrew his fist, completely unharmed. Silence. Chapter 3987. His heroic figure was like a mountain peak, like a harbor that could block all storms. In this chaotic land filled with mutant beasts, he gave off an indescribable sense of security. Yuhi, who was in Chen Yu's embrace, opened her mouth slightly as she stared blankly at the back of the figure blocking her way. The figure slowly overlapped with the figure in her memories. Once, that person had also blocked in front of her like this, blocking all the incoming dangers for her. The memories buried deep in her mind surged, causing Yuhi's body to tremble slightly. Chunyu was also dumbfounded, muttering, "Brother Yang is so powerful?" Yang Kai's thunder roar had forced Old Man Kong to dodge and severely injured Yuhi, but the same attack had been easily blocked by Yang Kai. Comparing the two events, the impact on everyone present was simply too great, making it hard to believe. Meng Hong slowly shook his head, a dumbfounded expression on his face. He didn't know whether Yang Kai was strong or not, but he knew that Yang Kai was quite bold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have snatched the Golden Crow's corpse in front of a group of heaven opening realm masters in the Golden Crow Divine Palace and then miraculously allowed him to escape back to the First Inn. Yes, if he didn't have some ability, how could he have escaped the pursuit of so many heaven opening realm masters? He had heard his martial uncle Wei Kei say that Yang Kai was very good at running, but now it seemed that not only could he run, his own strength was also extraordinary. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. The thunder roar was completely enraged when it saw Yang Kai block its attack. The horn on its forehead flashed with lightning once more, and with a crackling sound, a terrifying bolt of lightning took shape and was about to burst out. "Brother Yang, be careful," Meng Hong shouted. As soon as he said this, a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared in front of the thunder roar like a ghost. His small figure formed a stark contrast with the thunder roar's massive body, but the two's auras were not inferior in the slightest. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai punched out once more, his space principles fluctuating as he ruthlessly smashed down. A single punch collapsed. A huge black hole took shape, wrapping around Thunder Roar's head. The space law raged as it shrank. The Thunder Roar shook its head and let out a painful roar. In the black hole, lightning was rampant, as if there were electric dragons swimming, fighting against the void power that could destroy all things. The black hole collapsed in an instant, and Leiho staggered back. His eyes, which were originally emitting a fierce light, were now crimson red. When everyone looked over, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The horn on Leiho's forehead had disappeared without a trace. Not only that, his huge head was full of cuts, and blood was dripping. The monster beast refined its body into a secret treasure, and the power of its strong body was not much weaker than that of a secret treasure. The horn was the strongest part of Thunder Roar, and now it had disappeared. This made everyone deeply understand the horror of Yang Kai's attack. No one below the heaven-opening realm could withstand such a punch. Yuhi was dumbfounded. Only now did she understand how terrifying this young man's strength was. Chun Yu's beautiful eyes also lit up, staring at Yang Kai's movements without blinking. On the other side, Old Man Kong was beheading the monster beasts that had gathered around while paying attention to the situation here. He had a complicated look on his face as he thought to himself, "Is this the foundation of a disciple from a great force?" For someone like him, who had worked hard all his life but could only reach the third-grade heaven-opening realm, he simply could not imagine where such power came from. Asterisk hoochie hoochie. Asterisk Thunder Roar staggered back, its breathing like a war drum. The destruction of its horn not only did not make it retreat, but instead aroused its ferocity. Yang Kai was also surprised that his collapsed divine technique had failed to take Thunder Roar's life. It seemed that the monster beasts in the great cosmological realm could not be judged by common sense. The earth trembled as Leiho dashed straight towards Yang Kai. Its huge body was surrounded by arcs of lightning, and as it dashed forward, small arcs of electricity covered a radius of 1,000 meters. There were even bolts of lightning falling from the sky, making the scene look extremely dangerous. Yang Kai grinned as he cracked his neck and cracked his knuckles. Then, he suddenly assumed a parrying stance. What is he trying to do? Chun Yu was stunned. Meng Hong's expression changed. Is he trying to wrestle with Thunder Roar? He's crazy. He's crazy. Old Man Kong, who had been paying attention to this scene, also shook his head, wondering if there was something wrong with Yang Kai's head. Why would he want to wrestle with such a huge monster beast? Even though Yang Kai's previous performance was extremely eye-catching, blocking the lightning with a punch and injuring Thunder Roar with a punch, wasn't such an arrogant move courting death? No matter how strong a cultivator's physical body was, how could it be stronger than a monster beast? The monster beast's talent in this aspect was unparalleled, not to mention that Thunder Roar was an ancient remnant beast. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk in front of everyone's eyes. Lei Ho arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. Lowering his head, it was as if a mountain had crashed into him. Even if there was a star in front of him, it would have been smashed to pieces. Chun Yu turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. Meng Hong also closed his eyes. Only Yuhi's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly, but they were filled with worry and anxiety. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a dull sound of collision rang out, mixed with Thunder Roar's low roar. A cry of surprise rang out, containing an inconceivable emotion. "Ah!" Yuhi exclaimed. She reached out to cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. The old man surnamed Kong, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai, trembled even more. In his shock, he made a mistake and was injured in the waist by a strange beast, almost losing his life. He was so frightened that he quickly focused on dealing with the crisis in front of him, but the corner of his eyes had been watching Yang Kai. Seeming to have sensed that something was wrong, Chinyu slowly turned her head. What she saw shocked her. She saw Yang Kai holding up his hands to the sky, stubbornly resisting the impact of Thunder Roar. His body did not move, but the ground under his feet could not withstand the force of the collision, and cracks like ravines appeared. "How can this be?" Chun Yu murmured. Meng Hong sensed the shock in her words and hurriedly opened his eyes. The next moment, he was also dumbfounded, his eyes trembling. How could a person block the impact of a strange beast? How terrifying was his strength? Looking around, Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind. Although he was being pushed back by Thunder Roar, he had really managed to block it. 3 breaths later, Yang Kai's retreating figure came to a halt, and with a burst of strength from his feet, he actually managed to force Thunder Roar back a step. This scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes, making them feel even more incredulous. What happened next was even more shocking. Yang Kai roared, "Rise!" Grabbing Thunder Roar's massive head with both hands, Yang Kai threw it high into the air. Thunder Roar's massive body bared its fangs and brandished its claws mid-air, a comical sight to behold, but no one who saw this scene laughed, feeling that what they had seen today had overturned everything they knew. With a swish, Yang Kai also soared into the sky, heading straight for Thunder Roar. Midair, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the void, summoning the blue dragon spear. Brandishing the spear, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, and with a loud dragon roar, the spear shot out like a soaring blue dragon. Thunder Roar's crimson eyes were filled with fear. This spear pierced through Thunder Roar's soft abdomen, and Yang Kai rushed in with his spear, emerging from Thunder Roar's back, leaving behind a cloud of blood. Yang Kai's figure shot out like an arrow, and Thunder Roar's massive body exploded mid-air, sending a rain of blood and bits of flesh flying everywhere. A monster core flashing with lightning entered Yang Kai's eyes, exuding a strong energy fluctuation. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, then turned his head and met the shocked eyes of Old Man Kong. Coldly snorting, Yang Kai slowly descended. Meng Hong and the others stared at him in shock. Compared to Yang Kai's heroic display of killing Thunder Roar with his spear, what shocked them even more was that Yang Kai had blocked Thunder Roar's attack head-on with his own physical strength. After all, Yang Kai's final spear attack had targeted Thunder Roar's abdomen. Although he had killed such a fierce beast in one shot, it was still a bit of a trick. It was not as shocking as fighting head-on with an ancient descendant. Yuhi obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Yu's beautiful eyes flashed, and Meng Hong's face was full of admiration. "Let's go." Yang Kai did not say much, calling out to everyone and taking the lead. Originally, the 2 Heaven Splitters were in the lead, but Old Man Kong had abandoned them at the critical moment, causing Yuhi to be seriously injured. Now, Yang Kai had no choice but to take the lead. To his surprise, as they moved forward, the mutant beasts actually took the initiative to part to the sides, ignoring them and only attacking the cultivator at the back. Meng Hong said excitedly, "These beasts also know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems that Brother Yang killing Thunder Roar has made them feel apprehensive." Yang Kai did not comment, looking thoughtfully at the black dragon's spear in his hand. Meng Hong's words might make some sense. After all monster beasts had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. However, Yang Kai felt that the black dragon spear might be the root of these mutant beasts' apprehension. The black dragon spear was filled with dragon's might, so how could these mutant beasts dare to challenge the might of a dragon? However, no matter what, it had saved him a lot of trouble. Seeing this group of people leisurely strolling through the battlefield where thousands of beasts were galloping forward, the cultivators who had scattered like birds and beasts before were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have run away no matter what. Wouldn't it have been better to follow Yang Kai's group? At this moment, they could not come over even if they wanted to. There were mutant beasts everywhere, so they had to kill their way out. "Brother, save us. This little brother is willing to give you all his wealth as a reward," someone shouted from not far away. "Master, save me. If I can survive, I will follow Master's lead in the future. I don't want to die. Brother, save us sisters. We are willing to do anything." Cries for help reached Yang Kai's ears one after another, many of them pleading for their lives. But Yang Kai simply turned a deaf ear to them. For these people who had chosen to flee in the face of disaster, it was their own choice to suffer such a fate. At this time, those who could keep up with his pace, Yang Kai wouldn't stop them, but he also wouldn't be so kind as to deliberately save them. Life and death were ruled by fate, and riches and honor were ruled by the heavens. Chapter 3988. Along the way, Yang Kai's guess was further confirmed. The dragon pressure emanating from the blue dragon spear did indeed have a deterrent effect on these strange beasts. Along the way, there were no longer any obstacles. Occasionally, a few giant beasts with powerful auras glanced over, but even so, none of them showed any intention of stopping them. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the group of several dozen broke out of the range of the beast tide. Looking back, they saw a group of beasts galloping forward, occasionally flashing the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques. Almost every moment, a cultivator would fall, their blood spraying across the sky. After surviving such a calamity, everyone's heart palpitated, but at the same time, they felt it was inconceivable that they could escape with their lives. Just as everyone was in a daze, a burst of powerful chi burst out. With a loud boom, everyone was shocked. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Kai holding his spear with one arm, his black hair fluttering in the wind as he glared at the old man surnamed Kong with murderous intent. Old man Kang's face was slightly pale. He wasn't weak and had found an opportunity to escape with Kai Yang's group, but he hadn't expected that Kai Yang would suddenly attack him the moment he escaped. He hadn't even settled down yet. "Junior, what are you doing?" The old man surnamed Kong stared at Yang Kai angrily and asked, "What else can I do? Of course I'm going to kill you." Yang Kai grinned. "Why else do you think I brought you out here? You want to kill me?" The old man surnamed Kong frowned, feeling that Yang Kai was a bit unreasonable. In the end, there was no deep hatred between them, so why force him into a life or death situation? It was just him abandoning everyone at the critical moment, but if it had been anyone else, they would have made the same choice. Every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost. This was an ancient truth, yet he was willing to go to war over such a trivial matter. Was there something wrong with this young man's head? Although he thought so, the old man surnamed Kong still said, "If your excellency wants to kill us, shouldn't you at least give us a reason?" "I don't like you. Is that reason enough?" Yang Kai said arrogantly. "Junior, you're too arrogant." The old man surnamed Kong was furious. "Since you brought this old man out, this old man will show you some respect. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you?" Although he had seen Yang Kai kill the Thunder Roar with his own eyes, the Thunder Roar was only a monster beast after all. Its intelligence was not complete, so how much of its strength could it unleash? He was a third-grade heaven splitter. Although the great cosmological abyss's fog had sealed the small universe in his body, his foundation was still there. If he really fought with Yang Kai, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, now that he was in such dire straits, he didn't want to get into a conflict if he could avoid it. After all, he had just gotten into an argument with Ding Yi. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on, let's fight. Yang Kai urged his strength and his spear shot out like a dragon. A ferocious look flashed across Old Man Kang's face as he quickly retreated to avoid Yang Kai's attack. He then turned around and fled like a bolt of lightning. A voice came from afar. Junior, this old man is injured today, so I won't lower myself to your level. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take your dog life. Previously, he had been injured by the thunder roar, and half of his body had been charred by electricity. Later, he had also suffered some minor injuries in the surprise attack. At this time, he was not in the mood to engage in a meaningless fight with Yang Kai. Naturally, he wanted to find a place to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Therefore, although Yang Kai was aggressive, he could only temporarily avoid him. You want to leave? Yang Kai sneered. Stay here. As he spoke, he grabbed forward with one hand. Under the urging of the law of space, the void froze. Old Man Kang's rapidly fleeing figure suddenly stopped. He felt that the surrounding space had become incomparably sticky like a swamp. He cried out in horror, the power of space. Although he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique with his own eyes and knew that his attainments in the path of space were quite deep, he had not experienced it directly. It was only now that he realized how terrifying this young man was. Old Man Kang's expression changed slightly as he roared, Open! His thin and weak body suddenly swelled up and a violent force swept out, breaking through the power of the void and regaining his freedom. However, before he could move forward again, a fierce aura attacked him from behind. Old Man Kang felt his hair stand on end and without thinking, he summoned a long sword and slashed out. A huge sword chi split the void and slashed towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai was not surprised but instead overjoyed. He laughed and said, My spear has been empty for a long time. It's been thirsty for a long time. Along the way, he had fought countless battles, both big and small. Yang Kai felt a little tired of it. He asked himself, was the path of martial arts really about fighting and killing? However, ever since he had come to this world, he had not had many opportunities to fight. The heaven-opening cultivators he had met all suppressed him in terms of cultivation. He did not even have the qualifications to fight with them. After not fighting for so long, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his battle instincts had become a brand in every inch of his flesh and blood. Nothing could compare to the carefree feeling of fighting with others. The only time he had truly fought was when he had been ordered to kill Fong Tai in the Chiqiao land. However, even at that time, there had been two heaven-opening cultivators protecting him, so Fong Tai had not been able to display his full strength. Even though he had the protection of the lady boss in the first inn, and even though he was living a life that 90% of Emperor Realm Masters yearned for, Yang Kai still felt a deep sense of loneliness. His body felt like it was about to rust, and his Tao heart, which was always eager to forge ahead, was about to sink. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Finally, he could fight to his heart's content. Finally, he could rely on his own strength to fight a powerful enemy without relying on external items. Yang Kai felt carefree and happy from the bottom of his heart. Looking around, Old Man Kang's face was not only not repulsive, but rather pleasing. With a single thrust of his spear, the weather changed, and Old Man Kang's expression changed as well. The sword chi shattered, and the spear pressed forward, imprinting itself in front of Old Man Kang. It was like a giant dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail, wanting to swallow him whole. Old Man Kang cried out in alarm and formed a hand seal. The sword in his hand trembled, instantly filling the sky with sword images. These sword images seemed both real and fake, and it was impossible to tell which was real. Each sword trembled slightly, and their sword intent soared into the sky as they pointed at Yang Kai. Go! Old Man Kang shouted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword images in the sky turned into a rain of swords that bombarded Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Seeing the power of this move, everyone present paled. Yueha involuntarily clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes staring straight ahead. She asked herself, in the face of such a terrifying attack, with the strength she could display at this moment, there was no way she could deal with it except by dodging. What would happen to Yang Kai after being struck by these countless sword images? Meng Hong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. AI, that little brother was too careless. After all, Old Man Kong is a third-grade splitting the heavens cultivator. So how could he not have some trump cards? Someone sighed. When I saw his divine might just now, I thought he was a peerless genius, but now it seems the heavens are jealous. Someone else sneered. Genius? Only those who can mature are true geniuses. In the 3,000 worlds, how many geniuses have fallen in the growth stage? Back then, Lan Tingyu was a shocking genius, someone who had the opportunity to directly become a high-grade, splitting the heavens cultivator. Who in the 3,000 worlds didn't know about him? In the end, didn't he still die? This friend's words are reasonable. Someone agreed. A killing intent suddenly overflowed. Yueha, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai, coldly turned her head and looked at the people who had spoken. If you don't want to die, shut up. The people who had spoken felt the cold killing intent and immediately fell silent. Cough. Not far away, Old Man Kong coughed lightly, his mouth overflowing. That attack just now had clearly consumed a lot of his energy. Looking at the place where the sword intent was wreaking havoc, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Although you're not bad, you lack respect for the strong. Even if you don't die today, you won't live for long. Remember this principle in your next life. Is that so? Inside the sword domain, a figure rushed out and arrived in front of Old Man Kong in the blink of an eye, staring at him coldly as he said, "Do you only know how to talk big? You're still a third-grade splitting the heavens cultivator. Don't disappoint me." Old Man Kong was shocked and couldn't help retreating. Looking around, if the person who had rushed in front of him wasn't Yang Kai, who else could it be? What shocked him and puzzled him was that Yang Kai had no fatal wounds on his body at this moment except for some small wounds. How was this possible? That blow just now was the strongest he could muster. Knowing that Yang Kai was strong, how could he dare hold back? He had thought that under such a blow, Yang Kai would either die or be seriously injured, but who would have thought that it would only cause him minor injuries? Shocked, Old Man Kong instinctively raised his hand and thrust out his sword. With a clang, the long spear swept out and the two artifacts collided. Old Man Kong suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from the front, passing through the long sword in his hand and into his body. Old Man Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy's strength is terrifying. No wonder he can wrestle with Thunder Roar. As soon as this thought appeared in Old Man Kang's mind, his body flew out uncontrollably. Although Old Man Kong was shocked, he didn't panic. Taking advantage of the situation, he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands, and the long sword in his hand turned into a stream of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai followed like a shadow, his long spear trembling as spear shadows filled the sky and enveloped Old Man Kong. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the two figures flew up and down, colliding with each other from time to time, causing the world to change color. Everyone stared at the battle without blinking, feeling that what they saw today was really unbelievable. Even if Old Man Kang's small universe was sealed inside his body, he shouldn't be no match for someone from the Emperor realm. But this was the reality. In front of everyone's eyes, Old Man Kong was suppressed to the point that he could only parry, unable to fight back. Was the young man fighting with Old Man Kong really just from the Emperor realm? After 30 breaths, the two figures collided in midair and separated, standing 1,000 feet apart. Yang Kai's momentum was like a rainbow, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky as he pointed his spear forward. Old Man Kang's aura was declining, as if he had suddenly aged hundreds of years. The long sword artifact in his hand was also dim at this moment. Chapter 3989. Elder Kong lowered his eyes and stared at the long sword in his hand, motionless. A gust of wind swept up, and the world was bleak. A sorrowful voice entered everyone's ears. "Little brother, please let me go." Everyone's expression changed as soon as he said that. Elder Kong was actually defeated? Although Yang Kai's momentum was indeed fierce from the battle just now, they still couldn't believe it when they heard him beg for mercy with their own ears. A third-stage heaven splitter had actually been defeated by someone from the Emperor realm. Even if this was the great cosmological abyss and a small universe was sealed here, it was still unbelievable. Moreover, to be able to force a third-stage heaven splitter to lower his head and beg for mercy meant that Elder Kong didn't even have the confidence to escape from Yang Kai. This was no longer just a slight advantage. It meant that Yang Kai even had the ability to kill Elder Kong. Yuhi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai. Her thoughts drifted, and her expression was complicated. Chen Yu, who was hugging her, had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Meng Hong let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "A real man should be like this." He was full of yearning, but he didn't know if he could reach Yang Kai's height in this lifetime. It would be a little difficult. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chen Yu's expression, and his heart sank. Since this king said that he would kill you, this king wasn't joking. Yang Kai thrust his spear and rushed in front of Elder Kong in an instant. Elder Kong was shocked and summoned a round shield artifact to block in front of him while he quickly retreated. However, the round shield artifact didn't even manage to block the blue dragon spear for a single breath before collapsing. Under Old Man Kang's shocked gaze, the long spear pierced through his chest and came out, lifting him high into the air. The picture of heaven and earth seemed to be frozen at this moment, shocking everyone to the extreme. Yang Kai's arm shook, and a violent power wantonly shattered Elder Kang's internal organs. Cough! Old Man Kong coughed softly and spat out pieces of his internal organs. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. "Junior, you dare to use the secret treasure of the dragon. I will not let you off so easily during the dragon race. This old man will leave first and wait for you on the road to the underworld. Just you wait." Yang Kai pulled out his spear and swept it horizontally. Old Kang's head exploded. Yang Kai's mind was stirred. After this bloody battle, the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time were finally released. He was filled with joy, and if he wasn't in this inexplicable great cosmological realm, he would have even had the impulse to laugh out loud. The group of people stared at him with different expressions. Even more gazes were focused on the black dragon spear in his hand. The words that Elder Kong had said before he died made them all very concerned. The secret treasure of the dragon was an artifact made from the body part of the dragon race. Its power was extraordinary. Previously, when Yang Kai used the black dragon spear to fight Elder Kong, although they felt that this artifact was extraordinary, they didn't pay too much attention to it. However, when Elder Kong said those words, they discovered the truth. Above that long spear, there was a faint dragon pressure. What else could it be but a secret treasure of the dragon? It was no wonder that when they killed their way out of the beast tide, many strange beasts took the initiative to retreat to the sides. They originally thought that it was because of Yang Kai's ferocity, but now it seemed that it was because of this secret treasure of the dragon. For a moment, a trace of greed flashed in the eyes of many people. A secret treasure of the dragon was simply a taboo existence in the 3,000 worlds. As Elder Kong said before his death, if this matter was known to the dragon race, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to survive. But then again, how rare was a secret treasure of the dragon? In this great cosmological realm, ancient remnants came out in large numbers. If one had a secret treasure of the dragon in hand, it could often have a deterrent effect and avoid some unnecessary trouble. However, Yang Kai had the power to kill a third-stage heaven splitter. At this time, even if some people were clever, they didn't dare to have any ideas about him. After seeing his battle with Elder Kong with their own eyes, who could guarantee that they were his opponent? They didn't want to get into trouble before they could eat the lamb. After a long while, Yang Kai calmed down the emotions in his heart. He put away the black dragon spear and went to Elder Kang's body to search. After taking his space ring, he called out to Ming Hong and the others, "Let's go." It was not advisable to stay in this dangerous place for long. Who knew if there would be other strange beasts attacking? How could the people of the Great Moon State have any objections? After seeing Yang Kai's combat strength with their own eyes, they naturally felt safer following him at this time. However, after taking a few steps, Yang Kai turned back again and said, "Why are you following me?" He only asked the people of the Great Moon State to follow him, but he didn't expect the dozens of cultivators who had rushed out with him to follow him. A young man who looked like a little fatty walked out with a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, we have all fought side by side and can be considered to have gone through life and death together. Moreover, the great cosmological realm is full of dangers, so it's easier to do things with more people. We have seen Brother's power and are willing to follow Brother's lead and listen to your orders. We only hope to leave this great cosmological realm safely." The group of people next to him nodded in agreement. Yongkai glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need. You can go wherever you want, just don't follow me." After saying that, he ignored them and went straight ahead. "Brother, brother, wait!" The little fatty shouted and hurried to chase after him. Yongkai turned around and the black dragon spear suddenly appeared, pressing it against the little fatty's chest. His eyes were cold. "If you dare to talk endlessly, don't blame my spear for being merciless." The little fatty immediately froze in place, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his temples. The corner of his mouth twitched as he raised his hand and said, "Brother, let's talk nicely." Yongkai stared deeply at him, snorted coldly, put away his spear, and turned around. Watching Yongkai and the others leave, the little fatty sighed as if he had missed a great opportunity. Some people were indignant and felt that Yongkai was too arrogant, but since he didn't want to be followed, they couldn't be thick-skinned and chase after him. They looked at each other for a while before dispersing. Yongkai led the group from Great Moon Province for 300 kilometers and inadvertently entered a mountain valley that was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The valley was filled with the sounds of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers blooming everywhere. There were all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses competing with each other for beauty. As soon as they stepped into this place, everyone couldn't help but have an illusion that they had stepped into a divine realm. Several women's eyes lit up as they looked around. Yongkai looked around, then turned his head and said, "Let's rest here for a while. Brother Ming, you and I will split up to investigate the situation here and see if there are any hidden dangers." "Okay." Ming Hong nodded. After some searching, they found that the valley was not big, only a few dozen acres in size. There were no powerful, fierce beasts living here, so everyone was relieved. They were suddenly swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological realm and were attacked by a beast tide before they could catch their breath. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the Star City, and no one knew how many could escape in the end. No wonder Yueha said before that the great cosmological realm was both a treasure trove and a dangerous place. The previous expedition had exhausted everyone. Now that they had survived the disaster, they felt tired and found a place to recuperate. Yongkai sat cross-legged under a tree, spread his hands in front of him, and looked at his palms thoughtfully. Although he had not been in the great cosmological realm for long, it had been 1 or 2 years. Although he had occasionally seen the battles of the Emperor realm outside this universe, he had not seen as much as he did today. This allowed him to discover something he had not seen before. Those from the Emperor realm who had condensed the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements seemed to be able to activate these different attributes in battle, thereby increasing their combat strength. He suddenly remembered that Old White had activated it once in the Fengyan auction house, but it was quickly suppressed by Old Manu, so he did not pay much attention to it at that time. Just now, when he was fighting with Old Man Kong, that old man had done the same thing. The power in the Dao Seal should be able to be activated. The sound of footsteps came, and a fragrant wind blew in his face. Then, a soft body sat down next to him. Yongkai's thoughts were interrupted. He turned his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a smile. Yongkai could not help but frown. "What are you doing?" This woman's smile was a little sneaky, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Yongkai was vigilant, but he was not afraid of her in the great cosmological realm. Yuhi hugged her knees with both hands and bent her slender legs. She rested one side of her face on her knees, like a young girl who was ignorant of the world and looking forward to the future. "Why did you kill that old man? Why do you ask so many questions?" "I killed him because I didn't like him," Yongkai said impatiently. "Because he hurt me? Don't flatter yourself." Yongkai could not be bothered to pay attention to her. Yuhi did not give up. She moved her head closer and exhaled. "It's because of that, right?" Otherwise, why did you kill him? Why are you in heat? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Although this was indeed part of the reason, how could Yang Kai admit it? At that time, when Old Man Kong escaped from Thunder Roar, Yuhi could have avoided it, but she did not and chose to take it head-on. She probably thought that if she avoided it, Yang Kai and the others behind her would definitely die. This made Yang Kai's impression of her change slightly, and he felt that she was still somewhat humane. However, in the end, it was because of this woman that he was implicated in the great cosmological realm. Otherwise, he would be in the Universal Palace visiting the Lady Boss. Thinking of the Lady Boss, Yang Kai asked directly, "How is the Lady Boss?" Previously, he had only heard her say that the Lady Boss was seriously injured and was recuperating in the Universal Palace. He did not ask about the specifics. After all, they were not familiar with each other, and as a prisoner, what right did he have to ask? Yuhi curled her lips and snorted. She won't die anyway. What else can she do? Are her injuries serious? Yuhi was silent for a moment, then shook her head and nodded. You can say it's serious or light, but you can't imagine her ability. Now that she's hiding in the Universal Palace, she'll recover sooner or later. Gently nodding his head, Kai Young finally relaxed. You still have the time to care about others at a time like this? Think about yourself first. Yuhi said sourly, there's no way to leave after entering the great cosmological realm. Unless we wait for it to close on its own, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for many years. Speaking of this, Yang Kai was a little worried. Is the time limit of the great cosmological realm really different? Yuhi slowly shook her head. As far as I know, it's different. There are precedents of 10 to 100 years. However, even 100 years is nothing. It's just a snap of a finger. Chapter 3990. 100 years, for a heaven-opening realm cultivator like Yuhi, was indeed just a snap of the fingers, but it was different for Yang Kai. The situation in the star boundary was unstable, the world was in danger, and the world principles had collapsed. If he did not find the world tree to repair the world as soon as possible, the star boundary would collapse sooner or later. How long was 100 years? Could the star boundary hold on until that day? Eldest young master, what are you thinking about? Yuhi could not help but ask when she saw Yang Kai's expression change. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her, speechless. You are a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and a 5th stage one at that. Why are you degrading yourself like this? Yuhi asked curiously, how am I degrading myself? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I am just an emperor. How can I deserve to be called young master by you? She had said the same thing to the old man surnamed Kong before. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. You mean this? So what if I like it? Up to you. Yang Kai did not want to be entangled in this topic, so he hesitated for a moment and said, I have something I want to ask. Yuhi straightened her face. Go ahead. Won't the yin-yang 5 elements force in the Dao Seal be affected if it is frequently activated? Yuhi was stunned. What effect does it have? Since it is your power, it will always be your power. She suddenly frowned. Don't tell me you don't even know this. Didn't Lan Yurua tell you? Yang Kai said, I have only been here for a little more than a year, so I am not very clear about many things. Lady Boss usually does not pay attention to my cultivation. Thinking about it, since it was the power of the Dao Seal, what did it matter if it was activated? He had often activated the wood element force in the Chichao land to help the fire spirit fruit tree grow. Now that he thought about it, he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Yuhi's mouth opened slightly in surprise. You have only been here for a little more than a year? Is there a problem? Yuhi slowly shook her head. I thought you had followed Lan Yurua for a long time. So, how many forces have you condensed now? There was no need to hide this, and since she wanted to ask for advice, Yang Kai would naturally tell the truth, too, wood and fire. Yuhi said, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements all have their own functions. The power of wood is full of vitality and is suitable for healing and cultivation. The power of fire is violent and hot and is suitable for attacking. The power of metal is aggressive and can increase the power of a secret treasure. The power of earth is heavy and has amazing defense. The power of water is invisible and can heal, defend, and attack at the same time. As for the power of yin and yang, They all have their own functions. In the battle below Open the Sky, it is basically a competition of the superiority and control of the power of yin and yang. Yangkai pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your advice. You said he sighed as she said this. A layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body. Within that light, the power of the earth element was incomparably solid. Clearly, Yuhi had activated the power of the Dao Seal to form a protective barrier. Yang Kai casually sent out a palm strike. He wanted to test out this kind of fighting style, so he didn't hold back. He sent out a palm strike. The center of his palm was bright red, and a scorching hot power wantonly spread out. With a boom, Yui's body trembled, and the earthen yellow light condensed on the surface of her body actually rippled outwards and fiercely caved in. Not only that, Yang Kai's palm also caved in, and that solid defense seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his palm. Yuhi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. What grade of fire element did you condense? What? Yang Kai looked at her. Yuhi murmured, I just said that the battle under Open the Heavens is a competition of the superiority and control of the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. I condensed the 5th grade earth element. With this kind of defense, the power below the 5th grade can hardly pose a threat to me, unless it is attacked many times over a long period of time. But you almost broke my defense with a palm strike. Is it the 6th grade fire element you condensed? No, even the 6th grade fire element can't have such power. Is it the 7th grade? At this point, Yuhi covered her red lips with her hand, and her beautiful eyes trembled. Yang Kai was also stunned. He didn't expect Yuhi to make such an inference just by casually testing. Although the inference was wrong, the Golden Crow fire was definitely above the 7th grade. Damn it. Yuhi's face was ashen. Lan Yurua is crazy. She dares to do this. She didn't know why, but her face was so ugly. While speaking, she suddenly stood up, clenching her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. What does it have to do with Lady Boss? Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi gritted her teeth and said, Wasn't it that woman who helped you condense the fire element power? Yang Kai had said before that he had only been outside of Qingkuan for about a year. What ability did he have to find such a high-grade heaven-opening material? One had to know that a 7th-grade material was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. She didn't think that Yang Kai had such financial resources. Moreover, this kind of thing couldn't be bought with money, unless Lady Boss helped him. It was natural for her to have such a guess, but she didn't know that Yang Kai had his own opportunity. Yang Kai didn't want to explain anything, but he was a little curious and said, So what? Didn't they say that the higher the grade, the more powerful the heaven-opening material in the future? You don't understand. Yuhi slowly shook her head and suddenly asked, Then what about your wood element power? Is it also the 7th grade? Yang Kai thought to himself, How would I know what grade it is? Anyway, the grade of the immortal tree should be very high. Seeing his reaction, Yuhi's face paled even more. She squatted down and looked at him with a dignified expression. You absolutely must not let others know that you have condensed the strength of the 7th grade. Promise me. She had a pleading expression, as if she was asking for something very important. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Was this woman crazy? His relationship with her wasn't very good. If it weren't for Yuhi's performance, he would have already parted ways with this woman. Using this kind of tone to talk to him at this time made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Yuhi also reacted, her face turning slightly red. Stroking her hair behind her ear, she said, I know there are some misunderstandings between us, and you won't believe me too much, but I definitely won't harm you. After hesitating for a moment, she continued, There was once a person with shocking talent who suppressed all heroes. That person was like you, condensing the strength of the 7th grade. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, under the heaven-opening realm, he was invincible. Even if it was a low-grade heaven-opening realm, he could still fight evenly, but in the end, he died. How did he die? Yang Kai frowned. A trace of sadness flashed through Yuhi's eyes. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. And that Lan Yurua, Did you know that she also had a chance to advance to the 7th grade heaven-opening realm? I heard a little. Then do you know why she only reached the 6th grade? Yuhi sneered. Yang Kai shook his head. I haven't heard of that. Because if she wanted to advance to the 7th grade, she would have to die. That's why she advanced to the 6th grade and saved her dog life. Yuhi's tone was cold. Yang Kai said unhappily, Lady Boss has done me a great favor. Watch your mouth. Yuhi said coldly, if she really wanted you, she wouldn't have let you condense the strength of the 7th grade. She's harming you. What happened back then? What happened back then? As she spoke, the woman's eyes were wet, and her voice was choked with sobs. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He could only see that she and Lady Boss didn't seem to get along well. There should be some grudges between them in the early years. After a while, Yuhi wiped the corners of her eyes and said desolately, Anyway, remember, try not to let others know about your background. And that dragon's secret treasure, it's best not to use it again. Otherwise, when you walk out of the great cosmological realm, there will be endless troubles. Finished speaking, she turned and left, her back bleak. Looking at her figure, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. In fact, even without Yuhi's special reminder, he knew how to hide himself. It was just that Yuhi made it sound so serious, so it seemed that he really had to be more careful in the future. As for the dragon's secret treasure, the black dragon spear, Yang Kai couldn't wait for the dragon race to come find him. He had no one to rely on outside this universe, so it would be good if he could get in touch with the dragon race. After Yuhi left, Yang Kai tried to stimulate his space force, wanting to see if he could tear through space and escape from the great cosmological realm. According to Yuhi, he would have to stay here for at least 10 years, or even 100 years, but if he could tear through space and escape, there was no need to stay here anymore. Moreover, Yang Kai had such an experience before, so this was not strange to him. However, after some attempts, Yang Kai found that the world principles of the great cosmological realm were extremely condensed. With his current mastery of the space principles, he was unable to shake the world principles in the slightest. This made Yang Kai a little frustrated. It seemed that he could only find another way or wait here for the time limit to run out. Brother Yang. A sweet voice entered Yang Kai's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Chunyu standing in front of him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. As their eyes met, Chunyu blushed slightly. Yang Kai nodded and said, What's the matter? Chunyu said, It's nothing. I just wanted to thank Brother Yang. If it weren't for Brother Yang just now, I'm afraid I would have died over there. Yang Kai said, It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Chunyu said, To Brother, it may be just a small matter, but to me, it's a life-saving grace. Junior sister has no way to repay you, but if Brother has any instructions in the future, will do her best. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, You're too serious. Brother Ming and I are old acquaintances. Since you are his friend, you are also my friend. It's only right that we help each other. Chinyu asked, Brother, how did Brother Ming and Brother Ming meet? Why haven't I heard Brother Ming mention it before? Her eyes were bright, like a curious baby. If Junior sister wants to know, you might as well ask Brother Ming. He will tell you. Yang Kai pointed to the side. Chunyu turned her head and saw Ming Hong walking over. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, but she still greeted him with a smile. When Ming Hong came to her side, she said, I came to thank Brother Yang. Ming Hong nodded. It's only right. However, Junior sister, you are injured and shouldn't walk around. You should treat your injuries first. Chunyu obediently said, Then you two talk. Chapter 3991. Junior sister Chen is a good girl, and her talent is also extraordinary. Ming Hong looked in the direction of Chun Yu's departure, as if talking to himself and Yang Kai at the same time. Yang Kai smiled. If Brother Ming is interested, you can boldly pursue her. Ming Hong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although I am interested, I'm afraid that she doesn't. Yang Kai said seriously, Sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as Brother Ming shows your sincerity, how can Miss Chun not feel it? Ming Hong lowered his head and pondered for a while before nodding. Brother Yang is right. I was wrong. He changed the topic. Brother Yang's injuries are not serious, right? Yang Kai had led them out of the beast tide and fought with Boss Kong. Naturally, he would not be unscathed. It's fine, they're just minor injuries. Yang Kai shook his head. Ming Hong was full of admiration. Only today did I realize that Brother Yang is so amazing, even killing third-grade Kai Tian and Lei Ho. Before this Ming was really a frog in a well, seeing the sky as big as a well. This time, he was really shocked. He was also from the Emperor realm, but he never thought that a cultivator of this level could display such powerful combat strength. When the spear struck, the ancient species exploded into a bloody mist, and the third-grade Kai Tian Kai dodged it. He could not help but yearn for it. I was just lucky, Yang Kai said modestly. By the way, how are Old Fong and the others doing in the Great Moon Province? Meng Hong smiled. Junior brother Fong and junior sister Dai, you are doing well. Ah Sun's cultivation is now on the right track, and she is being personally taught by my Shirshu Tao. Everyone misses you, and I don't know how you are now. When I came out this time, they all asked me to inquire about you. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to investigate carefully before I entered this place. But thanks to the fog of the great cosmological abyss, I wouldn't have been able to meet Brother Yang so soon. Yang Kai was relieved to hear that Old Fong and the others were doing well. After all, Old Fong and Dai, you were the first friends he made outside this universe, and they took care of him a lot in the Chiqiao land. They even followed him out of the Chiqiao land, overcoming obstacles and living and dying together. The universe was so vast, and he did not know when he would see them again. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little sad. But as long as they were alive, there would be chances to meet in the future. What's Brother Yang's next step? Meng Hong asked solemnly. Among this group of people, Yuhi was a 5th-grade Kai Tian, and Yang Kai had previously shown extraordinary combat strength. The remaining people were his brother and junior brothers from the Great Moon Province, plus Chen Yu. There were not many of them, only 6 or 7 people. It was really difficult for them to do anything in the great cosmological abyss. What does Brother Ming think? Yang Kai was also considering this question even though Meng Hong did not ask. Meng Hong pondered for a moment before saying, self-preservation. Self-preservation first, then think about other things. He continued, this time, the great cosmological abyss is completely different from the past. In the past, when the great cosmological abyss opened, even if there were people who had the opportunity to enter, there would not be too many of them. But this time, the entire star market has been swallowed up, and hundreds of thousands of people have been stranded here. Anyone with a little bit of brains should gather together for warmth, or even raise a banner to summon heroes like Ding Yi. Although Brother Yang is brave, he is only one person after all. If he really gets into a conflict with others, he will be the one to suffer. Moreover, when we first arrived, we encountered a beast tide that attacked the star market. Who knows if there are other dangers in the great cosmological abyss? Over the years, many masters have fallen in the great cosmological abyss. If we are not careful, I'm afraid we will follow in the footsteps of our predecessors. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Meng Hong's idea was a little conservative, it was exactly what he wanted. What he had seen and heard today had a great impact on him. He really needed some time to digest and absorb it, especially the activation of the power of the Dao Seal. He had experienced too few battles outside this universe, so he had not discovered the effects of the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements before, and no one had told him about it. Since he knew about it today, he naturally wanted to study it carefully. Sigh. Meng Hong sighed. Speaking of which, we have implicated Brother Yang. Otherwise, with Brother Yang's strength, he would have made great achievements in the great cosmological abyss. Yang Kai laughed. Brother Ming, you are too serious. You just said that there are many dangers in the great cosmological abyss. I'm just from the Emperor realm, so what can I do? While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a direction and frowned slightly. Soon, Meng Hong also sensed something and looked in that direction. At the same time, he frowned and called a few junior brothers not far away to come closer. Chen Yu came over and asked, Brothers, what's the matter? Although she was also from the Emperor realm, it could be seen that her spiritual force was not as strong as Meng Hong's. Otherwise, she would have noticed it. Yuhi sneered at the side. A large group of people is coming. They probably came from the Star Market. Chun Yu's expression changed slightly when she heard that. This place was not very far from the Star Market. It was only 1,000 miles away, so it was natural for people to come in this direction. Sure enough, after a while, a large dazzling light appeared in their field of vision. Figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes and rushed straight toward the valley. The leader had a strong aura and was covered in blood. It was Ding Yi. There were at least 1,000 cultivators following behind him. Soon, a stream of light descended into the mountain valley, and Ding Yi glanced at Yang Kai from afar and grinned. "We meet again. It seems we were brought together by fate." Although he was smiling, it felt like a fake smile. Yang Kai naturally did not bother to pay attention to him. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude, Ding Yi couldn't help but snort coldly. His eyes turned and fixed on Yu He, lingering on her beautiful figure. Licking his lips, he said, "Madam, what this Ding said before still stands. Do you want to reconsider it?" Previously in the Star Market, Ding Yi had threatened to take Yu He. Yu He naturally did not agree. At that time, she was alone and did not want to have any conflict with Ding Yi and the others. She immediately fled, but unfortunately, she was chased back by the beast tide. In the face of a great calamity, Ding Yi did not have such thoughts. He only wanted to survive. Now that he had killed his way out of the encirclement and gathered a large number of subordinates, his confidence was bursting. Those dark and despicable thoughts could not help but emerge again. After all, it was the 5th grade splitting the heavens. Ding Yi did not know if he could reach the 5th grade in this lifetime. Once he left the great cosmological realm, he would not have such a good opportunity. If he could taste the 5th grade splitting the heavens here, this trip to the great cosmological realm would not be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of subordinates around him began to shout, "That woman, it's your blessing that I, Master Di Tian, fancy you. Why don't you obediently offer yourself to him? If you follow our master, we will ensure your safety in the future. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to move an inch in the great cosmological realm. That girl is not bad either. Master, do you want to take her in as well?" "Ha ha ha. Since Master is eating meat, we naturally have to drink some soup. How could Master take a fancy to that girl?" Shouts rang out. Ding Yi's face was flushed red as he stood there with his hands behind his back with a proud expression. Today, he had led Di Tian's troops out of the encirclement of the beast horde, taking the lead and leading the charge. Everyone had seen this and was filled with admiration for him. His actions could be considered to have made these motley crew slightly submit to him, raising their morale. Ding Yi believed that as long as he was given some more time, he would definitely make Di Tian famous in the great cosmological realm. At that time, he would be the ruler of the great cosmological realm. Whoever he wanted to live would live, and whoever he wanted to die would die. This feeling of being high and mighty made him extremely intoxicated. This was something that could never be experienced in the 3,000 worlds. The special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed the Emperor realm to have great achievements. Ding Yi felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity, an opportunity given to him by the will of the heavens. Chun Yu's face turned pale when she heard this. She never thought that she would suffer such an unexpected calamity. She couldn't help but lean towards Yang Kai and Ming Hong, as if she wanted to seek more security. Yu He, on the other hand, was smiling. Her peach blossom eyes were almost seductive as she said with watery eyes, "Then you have to ask my young master. If young master agrees, I won't complain if you give me to anyone. But if young master doesn't agree, then I'll be young master's woman." As she spoke, she shamelessly held onto Yang Kai's arm and pressed her large body against Yang Kai's elbow. Yang Kai leisurely glanced at her. Yu He exhaled. "Young master, I'll listen to you." She looked like she was at the mercy of others. Coupled with her seductive temperament, it made many men breathe heavily. They were secretly jealous of Yang Kai. This guy was really lucky. They wondered which faction he came from to have such a servant girl by his side. Yang Kai gave a fake smile. "You really know how to attract hatred for me." As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Yu He's fair and tender face. He pinched until a red mark was left on her fair face. The corners of Yu He's eyes twitched. No one knew what she was thinking, but she didn't dodge. Meng Hong's face turned red. Chen Yu opened her mouth slightly. The few disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture also quickly looked away. The two of them were openly flirting, which made Ding Yi's face turn green. He came with the might of 1,000 people from Dtion and expected that Yu He wouldn't be able to resist. He would definitely take her into his room and make her his woman. But now, he suddenly felt insulted. He shouted coldly, "Brat, you're courting death. First Master, let me kill him." Behind Ding Yi, a bald man stepped out from the crowd. His aura was soaring. He held a large saber in his hand. The blood on the saber hadn't dried yet. It was obvious that he had killed many strange beasts. Ding Yi nodded with a sullen face. "Since this brat doesn't want face, I'll teach him a lesson." The bald man laughed sinisterly. "Leader, don't worry. I'll let him know the power of our Dtion." As he spoke, he pointed his saber forward and said ferociously, "Brat, come and accept your death." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Wait." The bald man sneered. "If you have any last words, say them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't look at him, only staring at Ding Yi as he said, "If you want, I'll give this cheap slut to you. In any case, I don't really want her." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pushed Yu He, causing her to stagger. Ding Yi was stunned and nodded in satisfaction. "Brat, at least you know what's good for you." Yu He was even more stunned. She turned around and glared at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. She was so angry that her body trembled. Chapter 3992. Enraged, he turned around and began to kick and punch Yang Kai. He didn't use much strength, which made it seem like they were flirting. Ding Yi's face darkened. "You dare to play with me?" He waved his hand and roared, "Kill the man, but leave the woman alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man had already slashed down with his blade. The blade was surrounded by a faint golden light, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. It was as if this blade could cut through any obstacle in front of it. Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that he was paying attention, he knew that the bald man had probably activated the metal element power in his seal. He reached out and pulled Yu He behind him. He raised his hand and pressed forward. His palm was scorching hot. He had activated the fire element power in his body. Yang Kai also wanted to try this method of fighting. Yang Kai's jade-like palm passed through the sharp blade wave and pressed down towards the bald man's chest. This bald man was also a ruthless man. Seeing this, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, the sharp metal attribute energy on his long blade became even more intense. Obviously, he wanted to exchange wounds with Yang Kai, a ferocious grin appearing on his face. With a clang, Yang Kai's body trembled slightly. The long blade had struck his chest, and his clothes were instantly cut open. The bald man was also sent flying. In this exchange, no one had the upper hand. Yu He was shocked. She quickly came over and touched Yang Kai's chest. Are you okay?" She lifted his torn clothes and saw that there was a white mark on Yang Kai's chest. It had only slightly damaged his skin, and there wasn't even any blood. Yu He was stunned. Although the bald man hadn't used his full strength, it was definitely not something that someone from the Emperor realm could block with their body. However, Yang Kai was completely fine. Was he still human? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his chest. "A piece of trash wants to hurt me? Go cultivate for another few hundred years." Yu He stared at him in a daze, and her beautiful eyes trembled. Chen Yu also had a look of worship on her face. She was also from the Emperor realm, but she didn't dare to take that kind of attack head-on. "Interesting." The burly, bald-headed man stopped in his tracks and grinned fiercely as he pointed his saber at Yang Kai. "Boy, I hope you can still be so stubborn, don't?" While speaking, the burly, bald-headed man's face suddenly flushed red, and before he could finish speaking, he spat out a bloody mist. The bloody mist seemed to have been boiled, exuding a scorching aura. Ding Yi exclaimed, "What's wrong with you?" The bald man didn't have the time to answer this question. Blood bubbled out of his mouth, and his whole body quickly turned red, like a cooked lobster. In a short span of 10 breaths, the bald man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell straight to the ground, completely devoid of life. He had died just like that. The whole place was silent. The surrounding cultivators looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a ghost. After all, from beginning to end, Yang Kai had only used a single palm, but the might of that palm had actually taken the bald man's life. They didn't think they were much stronger than the bald man, so if they had encountered such a situation, wouldn't they have undoubtedly died? Yang Kai seemed to be an outsider, looking at the bald man's corpse with a pensive expression. This person's death reminded him of some things on the Sunstar. The low-grade heaven splitters had also been burned by the Golden Crow primordial flames. The Golden Crow primordial flames were extremely ferocious, and even those heaven splitters hadn't been able to last long before dying, let alone a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm. Without a way to neutralize the Golden Crow primordial flames that had invaded his body, only death awaited him. Fortunately, he had the wood element energy condensed from the immortal tree, or else he wouldn't have been able to suppress the Golden Crow primordial flames within the seal. This was the fire element energy of the 7th stage. Yueha looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. With the fire element energy of the 7th stage, who in the Emperor realm could be his match in a one-on-one battle? You're courting death. Dingy was furious at the tragic death of his subordinate. He waved his hand and said, "Kill him." After saying this, he took the lead and charged at Yang Kai. Although the others were afraid of Yang Kai's methods, they had the advantage in numbers. Even Ding Yi, the leader, had gone up, so how could they fall behind? In an instant, the light of secret techniques and secret treasures shone brightly, rumbling as they attacked Yang Kai. Take care of them. Yang Kai transmitted his voice to Yueha. His figure flashed, and he charged into the crowd. His powerful physical body was enough to offset a large portion of the damage, and the activation of the space element energy made his figure as ethereal as a ghost. Without using any other methods, Yang Kai's palms flew, and he sent out palm after palm strike. Many people didn't even see Yang Kai's figure before they were hit by the palm strikes. Then, a scorching power rampaged in their bodies, burning everything wantonly. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of that scorching power. Clouds of scorching blood sprayed out, and the cultivator fell to the ground one by one, unable to get up. A pair of palms made Tion and the others tremble in fear. Ding Yi's eyes were about to split open, and his heart couldn't help but bleed. Tion had recruited more than 1,000 people, and dying a few wouldn't hurt his foundation. However, Yang Kai's actions were extremely damaging to the morale of the people. If he couldn't take down Yang Kai today, how could he convince the people in the future? He gritted his teeth and turned to look in the direction of Yueha and the others. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me!" With a whoosh, more than 100 people instantly gathered around him, and they rushed toward Yueha and the others. They couldn't defeat Yang Kai, but could they not do anything to these people? As long as they captured these people, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Meng Hong's face was slightly pale, and he gripped the secret artifact in his hand tightly. Chun Yu was also trembling in fear. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people rushed to a distance of 300 feet. Dingy raised his arm and said, "Capture them alive." Yueha didn't panic, and she looked at Ding Yi and the others with a cold smile. She raised her hand and summoned a secret artifact that looked like a small flower umbrella. The umbrella opened up, and with a spin, transparent thin silk immediately hung down from the umbrella. This was a defensive secret artifact. Although it didn't look big, it could envelop everyone. Yueha couldn't use her full strength now, so the power of this secret artifact was naturally greatly reduced. With more than 100 people rushing over, it wouldn't be long before its defense was broken. At that time, apart from Yueha, who had some ability to protect herself, the people of Great Moon Province would have no choice but to leave their lives to the heavens. Yang Kai took a moment to glance at Yueha and the others, and after forcing them back with a few palms, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yueha, grinning at Ding Yi and sending out a palm strike. Ding Yi's soul almost left his body. Having seen so many of his subordinates die with his own eyes, how could he not know the terror of Yang Kai's palms? His rushing figure suddenly came to a halt, and he quickly retreated. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was like a shadow, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Ding Yi's mouth was full of bitterness. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. It was not easy for him to kill his way out of the beast tide and gather a large number of people. It was the time when he was in high spirits. How could he think of provoking such a freak? He secretly made up his mind that if he could escape this time, he would avoid this young man as far as possible when he saw him in the future. Seeing that the palm was rapidly approaching him, Ding Yi could even feel the scorching power contained in that palm, and he screamed in his heart, "I'm going to die." At this moment, there was a rumbling sound, and the mountains shook. The ground cracked, making everyone unable to stand steadily. In the next moment, a huge body suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. The body was several feet thick, and it was pitch black. It didn't have any facial features, but there was a huge mouthpart at the front of the body. The mouthpart squirmed endlessly, like a rotating millstone, and emitted a terrifying devouring power. A few of Tion's cultivator were caught off guard and were directly swallowed by the mouthpart, and they disappeared in an instant. Earth Dragon? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at the strange beast that suddenly emerged from the ground with a surprised expression. When he came here, he had carefully checked the valley and didn't find anything unusual. He didn't know where the Earth Dragon was hiding, but he didn't notice it. He was afraid that the battle here had disturbed it, or it wouldn't have come out at this time. Furthermore, judging from the might of this Earth Dragon, its strength was probably not inferior to the thunder roar from before. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the Earth Dragon's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was an Earth Dragon that was about 300 feet long, and every time it rolled, its huge mouthpart would be able to swallow several cultivator into its stomach. On the other hand, the attacks of the cultivator didn't hurt it at all. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a few cultivators slashed down with their secret treasures, but they were all slid away by the Earth Dragon's body. They were already in a complete mess because of Yang Kai, and now that such a strange beast had appeared, how could Tion and the others still have the mood to stay? Seeing this, Ding Yi could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He glared hatefully at Yang Kai before rushing out of the mountain valley. Since the appearance of the Earth Dragon, Tion and the others had all run away in less than 30 breaths. If they were given enough time to prepare, they might be able to kill this Earth Dragon, but Yang Kai was still massacring here. How could they cooperate? The Earth Dragon was still rolling, and a few cultivator that were slower to escape were directly swallowed by the Earth Dragon. Tion and the others fled, but the Earth Dragon turned around and rushed towards Yang Kai. Before it even got close, its huge mouthpart began to wriggle, causing Qin Yu to feel nauseous and almost vomit. Kai Yang calmly stood in the same place, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was getting closer and closer, Meng Hong and the others' hearts were in their throats. Yu He even cursed angrily. "Are you courting death? Why aren't you dodging?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Earth Dragon had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, its mouthpart covering his head. Yu He kept her umbrella and was ready to stop him. "Humph!" Yang Kai coldly snorted. A scene that caused Yu He and the others to be in disbelief appeared. With that cold snort, the Earth Dragon actually froze in place. Its huge, wriggling mouthpart was less than a meter away from Yang Kai, as if it could swallow him into its stomach at any time. The saliva from its mouth dripped onto the ground, causing huge holes to appear on the ground, displaying its terrifying corrosive power, but it didn't move an inch forward. Chapter 39:93. A single thought was enough to summon an Earth Dragon. Just how powerful was that? But how did he do it? Meng Hong and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Yu He couldn't figure out what was going on. If this were a proper battle, Yang Kai could easily defeat or kill it. Yu He and the others wouldn't find it difficult to accept, but what they saw left them a little confused. What was this Earth Dragon afraid of? Or did Yang Kai have something that this Earth Dragon was afraid of? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Earth Dragon froze in place for a while before slowly crawling to Yang Kai's feet, its huge, squirming mouth tightly closed. Although no words were spoken, everyone understood what was going on. This Earth Dragon was actually expressing its submission to Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked again. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on the Earth Dragon's huge head, grinning. At least you know what's good for you. If it were any other strange beast, there really would be no other choice but to fight. But this earth dragon more or less carried some of the dragon race's bloodline. Although it was very messy and thin, as long as it carried the bloodline of the dragon race, it would be affected by the bloodline's restrictions. Others couldn't sense the golden divine dragon's source strength in Yonkai's body, but how could this earth dragon not? With just a little urging, how could this earth dragon dare act presumptuously? Since your cultivation isn't easy, I won't kill you today. Hurry up and live. Yonkai shouted. The earth dragon seemed to be able to understand, or perhaps it could sense the meaning behind Yonkai's words, slowly straightening its body, turning around, and slowly galloping in a certain direction. Wherever it passed, a large amount of mucus would appear on the ground, making for a disgusting sight. However, it hadn't gone far when it suddenly turned around and returned to Yonkai, releasing some obscure divine sense fluctuations. At the same time, its head bobbed up and down, trying to express something. Yuhi asked curiously, "What is it trying to say?" Yonkai frowned and listened for a long time before he said with a strange expression, "It seems like it wants to take me somewhere." As soon as he finished speaking, the earth dragon lowered its head and directly placed the Yonkai on its head. Then, without caring about anything else, it turned around and flew in a certain direction. Its 300 feet long body slid across the ground, making a rumbling sound. "Where is it taking you?" Yuhi's figure flashed and arrived beside Yonkai. Yonkai shook his head. "I don't know." Although the earth dragon had some spiritual intelligence, it obviously had not cultivated to perfection. It could not express itself clearly, and its telepathic thoughts were also obscure. Yonkai was confused, but he knew that the place was very important. Swish, swish, swish. Several people from the Great Moon Prefecture also flew over and landed on the earth dragon's back. The back of this strange beast was not spacious, but it was very long, so it didn't matter if several people stood on it. The only thing that made the two women repulsed was that the earth dragon had a strange smell, and its body was covered with mucus. They had to be careful, otherwise they would be contaminated. If that really happened, they couldn't accept it. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well go with it. "Maybe there is something good," Yonkai said. Mingheng nodded and said, "Brother Yang, you can make the decision." With such a strange beast under their control, everyone felt a great sense of security. At this time, they naturally followed Yonkai wherever he went. Yuhi gently poked Yonkai's waist and asked curiously, "What did you do? Why is this guy so obedient to you, and even took the initiative to take you to a good place?" Yonkai said frankly, "I conquered it with my own personality and charm." Yuhi curled her lips. "You are so shameless." They sped all the way and ran into Dition's troops who had scattered. Under Ding Yi's shocked gaze, they sped away. After Yonkai and the rest were far away, Ding Yi said to his subordinates with a serious expression, "Pass down my order. If we see this guy again in the future, we must not have any conflicts with him." The previous battle had really scared him. Not many people had died in Yonkai's hands, but there were still dozens of them. However, they couldn't even touch the corner of Yonkai's clothes. Now that he saw that he had the ability to subdue this strange beast, how would he dare to go against him? It didn't matter if people died, as they could always be replaced. The main thing was that it would hurt the morale, which was not good for his leadership. The earth dragon's speed was not slow. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter some cultivator who had wandered around. However, before they noticed the earth dragon's great momentum, they would avoid them. After traveling for 3 days and 3 nights, Yonkai, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. "We are almost there." Yuhi turned to look at him. "How did you know?" Yonkai stomped his feet and said, "It said so." The earth dragon's divine sense clearly became more excited and anxious. It was obvious that they were almost there. Yonkai couldn't help but be curious. Where exactly was this guy bringing him to that it was so enthusiastic? A few hundred miles ahead, Yonkai suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. He faintly felt a different aura coming from that direction. Dragon's breath. Although it was very weak and almost undetectable, it was extremely pure dragon's breath. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by outsiders, and only those who had the dragon race's origin could sense it. Yang Kai's heart jumped. There was a dragon race in the great cosmological abyss? Could it be that the Earth Dragon brought him here to look for this dragon? However, why did it come to find this dragon race? After another few hundred miles, the dragon's breath became more and more obvious. A majestic mountain peak came into view. It was continuous and undulating like a giant dragon crawling on the ground. The dragon's head and tail were both vivid and lifelike. Yang Kai looked at this mountain range and frowned slightly. A light suddenly lit up in front of them as a person blocked their path in midair. When they approached, he raised his hand and said, "Little brother, please wait." Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and the Earth Dragon immediately stopped. He looked over and saw that the person blocking their path was a young man in a golden-blue robe. He was handsome and elegant. Yang Kai couldn't see his strength for the time being, but Yang Kai felt that he should be in the heaven-opening realm. Meng Hong's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "It's Bi Jian of Thunderlight Sect." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Meng Hong replied, "Although there is no one in charge of Star City, there are 3 great forces in Star City, and Thunderlight Sect is one of them. This Bi Jian is one of Thunderlight Sect's leaders. I heard that he has a 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivation." After all, he had stayed in Star City for a long time and knew more about Star City than Yang Kai, so he recognized the young man blocking their path at a glance. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Yu He. Seeing Yu He gently nod, he knew that Meng Hong was telling the truth. In addition to Bi Jian, who had flown out to block their path, there were over 100 people not far away who were staring at them with different expressions, many of them revealing curious looks. These people obviously belonged to the Thunderlight Sect. However, Yang Kai didn't know what they had encountered before, but many of them were injured. It seemed that they had experienced a difficult battle. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai gently nodded. The young man smiled gently. "This king is Thunderlight Sect's Bi Jian. How should I address little brother?" Yang Kai was silent for a moment before reporting his name. Bi Jian smiled. "So it's little brother Yang. Is little brother Yang going to the Crouching Dragon Mountain range ahead?" As a 4th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, if it weren't for the great cosmological boundary, he probably wouldn't even look at Yang Kai, so calling him little brother Yang Kai was a compliment to him. Crouching Dragon Mountain? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the mountain peak in the distance. Bi Jian said, "That mountain is like a creeping dragon, so we call it Crouching Dragon Mountain." "Yes, I'm going there," Yang Kai nodded. "What advice does Sir have for us?" Bi Jian said, "To tell you the truth, little brother Yang, we just returned from Crouching Dragon Mountain." As he spoke, he sighed, a look of deep shame on his face. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Oh, is there any danger there?" "There's a scarlet fire worm that almost transformed into a dragon and is extremely fierce." Bi Jian's expression turned solemn as he pointed to the side. "Although we have over 100 people, our formation was scattered by that scarlet fire worm and we suffered heavy casualties, so we had no choice but to retreat temporarily." "Scarlet fire worm?" Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Crouching Dragon Mountain leisurely, wondering if the dragon aura he felt belonged to this scarlet fire worm. But that wasn't right. That dragon aura was very pure, so it was impossible for a worm to possess it. But if there really was a dragon race there, how could a scarlet fire worm settle down there? No, this didn't make sense. While he was pondering, Bi Jian said, "I see that little brother Yang's Earth Dragon is extraordinary. If you can join forces with us, we may be able to take down that scarlet fire worm. When the time comes, we can discuss how to divide the benefits." "How do we divide?" "How about we divide according to numbers?" Bi Jian said with a smile. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this. "You have over 100 people, and you want to divide them according to numbers?" Bi Jian said seriously, "Little brother Yang, Crouching Dragon Mountain doesn't only have scarlet fire worms, but also many other precious treasures. As long as we can take down that scarlet fire worm, all the resources of Crouching Dragon Mountain will be ours. Why bother with such petty benefits?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No need. I'm not interested in your proposal. Farewell." The smile on Bi Jian's face turned cold. Among the 100 people, an elderly man took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Crouching Dragon Mountain is the land of my Thunder Light. Whoever dares to trespass will be my Thunder Light's enemy and will be killed without mercy." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at the elderly man, his slightly narrowed eyes filled with a cold light. A disciple from Great Moon Province also shouted, "Why? All the places in the great cosmological realm are ownerless. Why can't we enter just because you say so?" Just as the elderly man was about to speak, Bijian raised his hand to stop him and said with a smile, "You can enter if you want. Crouching Dragon Mountain is indeed ownerless. You can enter if you want. My Thunder Light will not stop you." Yang Kai looked at him deeply and chuckled. With a stomp of his foot, the Earth Dragon's body stretched out and headed straight for Crouching Dragon Mountain, staring at everyone's backs until he was sure that Yang Kai and the others had stepped into Crouching Dragon Mountain. Bijian waved his hand and said, "Follow." Chapter 3994. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding scenery quickly receded as the Earth Dragon led the group into Crouching Dragon Mountain. Yuhi glanced back and nudged Yang Kai with her elbow. "Those people are following us." Yang Kai nodded with an indifferent expression. He only gazed deeply into the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. After arriving here, he was more and more certain that the dragon aura he felt before was not emitted by the Scarlet Fire Dragon. Firstly, the dragon aura emitted by a dragon-type beast could not be so pure. Secondly, the dragon aura was spread over a wide area, as if it covered the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain. Furthermore, it was hidden very deeply. Those who did not possess the dragon vein would not be able to detect it. The emotions of the Earth Dragon under his feet had clearly become excited. It had a sense of urgency like a wanderer returning home. As the Earth Dragon continued to approach, an extremely fierce aura erupted from the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them, filled with malice and rejection. Surprisingly, the Scarlet Fire Dragon hiding in Crouching Dragon Mountain had sensed it. The Earth Dragon Silk was not afraid at all. Its 300 feet long body twisted and turned, and its speed became much faster. Its mouth part also wriggled, scattering large amounts of corrosive mucus, watering holes in the ground along the way. A dragon-like roar came from the front, containing a warning. Even the air became scorching hot. The Earth Dragon paused slightly, as if it was afraid. Under Yang Kai's urging, it continued to move as fast as it could. This completely enraged the Scarlet Fire Dragon. A cloud of fire burned in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a huge creature approached from that side. From afar, before they could clearly see the appearance of the Scarlet Fire Dragon, they could already feel its fierce aura. The people from Great Moon Prefecture were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Yuhi was slightly nervous. She could not use her full strength now. If she really encountered any danger, she could only protect herself and could not take care of others. Turning her head to look at Yang Kai, she saw that Yang Kai was absent-minded. She did not know what he was thinking, so she could not help but feel angry. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He seemed to have discovered something. Then, his expression changed and he said in surprise, "Dragon blood flower?" As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. It took only a moment for him to return to his original place. However, there was a red flower in his hand. The red flower bloomed, tender and beautiful, as if it was made from fresh blood. Although it was just a flower, it gave off an indescribable feeling of holiness. "And it's the best." Yang Kai was shocked. "Dragon blood flower?" Yuhi also came over and said in surprise, "There's actually dragon blood flower here?" As a fifth stage heaven splitter, it was naturally impossible for her not to recognize something like a dragon blood flower. However, even though her cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, her research on dragon blood flowers was not as thorough as Yang Kai's. Yang Kai remained silent. He had once plundered almost all the dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, but at that time, the dragon blood flowers he obtained were mostly mid and low grade. There were not even many high grade ones, and as for the best quality, there were only 2 of them. However, In this crouching dragon mountain, the first dragon blood flower he found was actually a top-quality one. Brother Yang, there's more over there. Meng Hong suddenly pointed in a direction. Yang Kai followed his gaze and his eyes could not help narrowing. On a slope there was indeed a dragon blood flower in full bloom. However, this dragon blood flower was even more delicate than the one in his hand. Moreover, there was a three-colored light flowing on the flower, as if it was a small rainbow. What grade of dragon blood flower was this? Yang Kai was confused. He had never seen such a dragon blood flower on Dragon Island. Wow, so many dragon blood flowers! Chunyu exclaimed. At this moment, they had already entered the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Looking left and right, there was a dragon blood flower imprinted in their eyes every once in a while. As the earth dragon advanced, it would open its mouth from time to time and swallow the dragon blood flowers into its stomach. In just a short while, it had eaten 3 or 4 flowers. It shook its head and wagged its tail in satisfaction. A scorching heat wave rushed towards them as a huge figure rushed out from the forest. That figure had a pair of horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in solid red scales. Its momentum was astonishing. It was the Scarlet Fire Resistance Flood Dragon that caused the 100 people from Thunder Light Sect to return in low spirits. The Scarlet Fire WYRM was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a scorching flame, aiming to cover the Earth Dragon. Feeling that terrifying aura, Chunyu exclaimed. Yuhi glanced at Yang Kai and activated her power. She wrapped everyone up and flew out from the Earth Dragon's body, standing in mid-air. When they looked down, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire WYRM were already engaged in a fierce battle. These two strange beasts were both huge in size. They were rolling back and forth in the forest with astonishing momentum. Scorching flames and corrosive acid were constantly spraying out. From time to time, they would tear each other apart. It was an earth-shattering battle. In terms of size and power, these two strange beasts were evenly matched. However, from Yuhi's perspective, the Earth Dragon should not be the Scarlet Fire WYRM's opponent. If this continues, the Earth Dragon will definitely lose. In the air, Yang Kai looked left and right with a gloomy face. When he plucked the first dragon blood flower, he had a bad premonition. Now, it seemed that this premonition had come true. In this crouching dragon mountain, there were countless dragon blood flowers. Moreover, there were no high, middle, or third-grade dragon blood flowers. Even the worst ones were top-grade dragon blood flowers. Yang Kai did not know how to classify them. Other than dragon blood flowers, there was also dragon saliva grass, dragon bloodwood. The entire crouching dragon mountain was indeed a huge treasure trove. However, the treasures in this treasure trove were all related to the dragon race. They were rarely seen in ordinary places. Dragon blood flowers required dragon blood to grow. The same was true for dragon bloodwood. In other words, in this crouching dragon mountain, there was probably a dragon race that had fallen. Otherwise, how could there be so many dragon blood flowers? Whether it was the Scarlet Fire WYRM or the Earth Dragon, they both had the bloodline of the dragon race. Naturally, they were very passionate about this place. Presumably, the Earth Dragon had obtained some benefits here in the past and could not forget about this place. However, with the Scarlet Fire WYRM guarding this place, it brought the Yang Kai here. Although it did not have much intelligence, it had instinctively made a choice. So many spiritual flowers and herbs. A cry of surprise was heard. It was a group of people from the Thunder Light sect. When the leader, Bi Jian, saw the grand scene in Crouching Dragon Mountain, his eyes lit up. The people from the Thunder Light sect were also excited, and many of them glanced at Yang Kai with ridicule. Just now, Bi Jian had invited Yang Kai to join forces to deal with the Scarlet Fire WYRM, but Yang Kai had refused, so what now? The Scarlet Fire WYRM was already entangled with the Earth Dragon, so they no longer had any worries. Spread out, don't miss a single one. Pick them all. Bi Jian waved his hand, and the hundreds of people from the Thunder Light sect immediately scattered. Glancing at Yang Kai with a smile, Bi Jian said, "Many thanks, little brother. If it weren't for you bringing this strange beast, this matter would have been a bit more difficult." His smile was filled with pride and ridicule. Yang Kai glanced at him, put the dragon blood flowers in his hand into his space ring, patted his clothes, and said lightly, "It's too early to say thanks." Bi Jian frowned. Although he could hear the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words, he didn't care. After all, with over 100 people from the Thunder Light sect gathered here, who would they be afraid of? The people from the Great Moon Province all looked somewhat sullen. After all, the feeling of being taken advantage of so blatantly was really uncomfortable. They wanted to pick some dragon blood flowers, but seeing that Yang Kai and Yuhi were indifferent, they didn't dare to act rashly. The Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire Wyrm were still entangled in a fierce battle. These two strange beasts should have fought each other before, so they were very familiar with each other's fighting style. This battle was truly like a battle between heavenly lightning and earthly fire, extremely lively. With Yang Kai not intervening to help, Yuhi and the others could only watch from the sidelines. Even Bi Jian was watching with interest. At the same time, he was also curious as to what kind of ability Yang Kai had to be able to subdue the Earth Dragon. In the great cosmological realm, it was not bad to be able to subdue such a strange beast. Although its appearance was a bit ugly, at least there was a guarantee of safety. Time slowly passed, and after a full 2 hours, the people from the Thunder Light sect returned one after another. All of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, they had gained a lot. Bi Jian exchanged a few words with an elderly man in a low voice and also laughed happily. After another incense stick worth of time, everyone returned. Bi Jian glanced at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire Wyrm who were still fighting, then smiled at Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, this king will be leaving first. Let us meet again if fate wills it." This time, thanks to Yang Kai, he had gained a lot, so in his opinion, other than being a bit stupid, Yang Kai was quite good. No rush. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. Bi Jian smiled and said, "Little brother, what other advice do you have? You can go, but leave the things behind." Yang Kai flicked his hand. As soon as this was said, Bi Jian's expression became extremely strange. Even Yuhi looked at Yang Kai speechlessly, not knowing what was wrong with Yang Kai. The many cultivators from the Thunder Light sect looked at him like he was crazy. Bi Jian held back his laughter and pretended to say, "Little brother, what did you just say? This king didn't seem to hear you clearly." Yang Kai said, "I said you can go, but you have to leave the things behind. Everything in this mountain is mine." After a moment of silence, laughter broke out. Many cultivators from the Thunder Light sect were convulsing with laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Bi Jian was all smiles. "Little brother, you really know how to joke? Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bi Jian's expression gradually turned cold. "I don't care if you're joking or not, but there are some words that can't be said carelessly. Carelessly speaking can cause death." After a pause, he sneered, "Besides, what makes you think you can make me, Thunder Light sect, leave the things behind? You think you can do that with your mouth?" "Of course not." Yang Kai raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire Wyrm that had been fighting endlessly suddenly separated as if they had received an order. Two huge bodies intertwined, instantly surrounding the 100 cultivators from the Thunder Light sect. A huge mouthpart squirmed, dripping mucus as it aimed downwards, as if it wanted to swallow someone whole. A two-horned dragon raised its head high, burning heat in its mouth. Everyone was silent. Chapter 3995. With these two things, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Are they enough?" Cold sweat slid down the foreheads of the Thunder Light sect's members as they prepared to face a great enemy. Bi Jian's face was ashen and filled with disbelief, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Even Yuhi couldn't help covering her mouth. Meng Hong's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the majestic Scarlet Fire Dragon. Although he had seen the Earth Dragon instantly submit to Yang Kai, he couldn't understand why the Scarlet Fire Dragon was so obedient at this moment. A moment ago, it was still fighting the Earth Dragon, but now it was obedient to Yang Kai. What's more, Yang Kai hadn't done anything to it since he came here. Could it be that this Scarlet Fire Dragon already knew Yang Kai? However, this was the great cosmological realm, so it didn't make sense. He was confused and couldn't explain it. Bijin looked at the earth dragon, then at the scarlet fire dragon, and felt his teeth ache. Previously, just the scarlet fire dragon alone was enough to make the Thunder Light sect's members lose face. At this moment, there was also the earth dragon, which was on par with the scarlet fire dragon. If they really fought, it would be good if half of the Thunder Light sect's members could survive. How could the situation change like this? How could that brat command these two mutant beasts? Although the situation was unfavorable, he was a fourth-grade heaven splitter after all, so he naturally couldn't lower his head like this. He looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face and said, "Little brother's beast-taming technique is superb, truly admirable." He thought that Yang Kai was proficient in some kind of beast-taming technique. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this scene. He couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. There were many ancient mutant beasts in the great cosmological realm, and he could even tame the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Fire Dragon, not to mention the other mutant beasts. With such a skill, what would he have to fear in the great cosmological realm in the future? He only needed to bring out an army of mutant beasts, and he could do whatever he wanted. This time, I, Thunder Light Sect, admit defeat. Bijin cupped his hands. We'll leave half of the things here. What do you think, little brother? Yang Kai said casually, cut the crap. Everything in this mountain is mine. Don't even think about taking anything away. If it were other treasures, it would be fine. However, everything on this mountain was related to the dragon race. How could he let it go? Especially those dragon blood flowers, which were very useful to him. Bijin's face sank. Little brother, don't go too far. That way, we'll be on good terms in the future. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Yang Kai glanced at him sideways. If you keep talking, I'll even take your space rings. Everyone from Thunder Light Sect felt humiliated, and many of their faces turned dark. Even Bijin's face was filled with anger. He wished he could rush out and fight Yang Kai to the death to protect his dignity. However, when he saw the two Earth Dragons and Scarlet Flood Dragons surrounding them, he could only suppress his anger. Lei Guang wouldn't be able to gain anything from a conflict in such a place. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with impatience. After a while, Bijin let out a heavy sigh, grit his teeth, and shouted, "Leave everything behind and we'll go." Yang Kai calmly said, "Don't even think about hiding anything. Just now, when you went to collect those things, I saw with my own eyes how much you harvested. The consequences of hiding something are not something you can bear." Bijin laughed in anger. "Little brother, we'll meet again in the future if fate wills it." Thunderlight Sect was a big force in Star City and had far more than just 100 people. They just happened to be gathered in one place. So although they had suffered a loss this time, as long as he could gather all of Thunder Light Sect's members together, they might not necessarily need to fear Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I hope we can get along just as well next time." Bijin put on a fake smile. "Definitely." Staring deeply at Yang Kai, Bijin turned around and left. Thunder Light Sect's members put down the treasures they harvested from Crouching Dragon Mountain, one after another, and quickly left. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Thunder Light Sect's 100 people had all left. Only then did Yang Kai step forward and collect the dragon blood flowers and the other precious treasures. During the entire process, the Earth Dragon's squirming mouth kept dripping, looking like it was hungry. Chen Yu and He felt their scalps go numb, fearing that this brainless beast would not be able to restrain itself and swallow Yang Kai. On the contrary, the Scarlet Fire WRM's crimson eyes revealed a human-like expression of distress. Just from this point alone, the Scarlet Fire WRM's intelligence was much higher than the Earth Dragon's. "Don't feel bad. I'll give you something better later." Yang Kai raised his hand and patted the Scarlet Fire WRM's head. The Scarlet Fire WRM laid its head on the ground, looking very dejected. "What's going on?" Yuhi stepped forward and asked with a frown. "What do you mean, what's going on?" Yang Kai did not raise his head. "Don't play dumb," Yuhi glared at him. "What's going on with this Scarlet Fire WRM?" Yang Kai casually said, "It must have been conquered by my charm again." Yuhi gritted her teeth. "Do you know that sometimes I really want to beat you up?" Yang Kai ignored her and said, "I'm going into the mountains. You all stay here and don't run around." I'll come out in 3 to 5 days if I'm short and half a month if I'm long. Little Red and Little Black will protect your safety. Little Red? Little Black? Yuhi was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Yang Kai should be talking about the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire Wyrm. She could not help but be speechless. These two majestic beasts were actually given such casual names. Yang Kai left as soon as he said he was going. After giving his instructions, he leaped into the mountains and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Yuhi standing in the same place and angrily staring in the direction he left. Chunyu tightened her clothes and approached. Sister Yuhi, if Brother Yang isn't here, they won't go berserk and eat us, right? As she spoke, she looked at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire Wyrm with a worried expression. Yuhi said unhappily, "You're so soft and tender. If they want to eat you, they'll eat you first." Chun Yu's face turned pale. Inside Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. When the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Fire Wyrm were fighting, he had communicated with the Scarlet Fire Wyrm with his divine sense. The Scarlet Fire Wyrm's intelligence was very high, more than a level higher than the Earth Dragon. Although it had not reached the level of normal conversation, it could already describe some things in simple terms. It was also because of that communication and the release of a bit of dragon breath that the Scarlet Fire Wyrm recognized the situation and submitted like the Earth Dragon. According to the information the Scarlet Fire Wyrm sent, Crouching Dragon Mountain was originally Little Black's territory. It was considered a latecomer, but it was stronger than Little Black, so it took this land. That was why Little Black could not forget Crouching Dragon Mountain. After sensing the pure dragon breath on Yang Kai's body, it immediately brought him to Crouching Dragon Mountain, hoping that Yang Kai would stand up for it. The dragon blood flowers on Crouching Dragon Mountain had a huge effect on their growth. Other than that, Yang Kai also found out other information from the Scarlet Fire Wyrm. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, the deeper one went, the thicker the dragon breath was. Whether it was the Earth Dragon or the Scarlet Fire Wyrm, they did not go within 300 feet. That was because the pure dragon breath was not something they could withstand. The suppression of the dragon race's bloodline was enough to make them unable to move once they entered that area. This information made Yang Kai very concerned. All kinds of signs pointed to the possibility that there was a true dragon in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Moreover, it was most likely not an ordinary true dragon. Otherwise, it would not have been able to nurture the dragon blood flowers and dragon bloodwood that filled the mountain. Those dragon blood flowers were at least of the highest quality. Although Yang Kai was born in the human race, he had the golden divine dragon's origin when he was very weak. After so many years of persisting and cultivating the dragon transformation art, the dragon blood flowing in his body was the blood of a dragon race. He even had a dragon race's adopted son, so he had long regarded himself as a part of the dragon race. It would have been fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, he naturally could not ignore the true dragon's Dharma molt. No matter what, he had to collect the corpse for it. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives obtained the true dragon's Dharma molt, it would be troublesome. He went deeper and felt carefully. Until a certain moment, Yang Kai stopped and stared at his feet. From what he could sense, the dragon breath here was more condensed than other places. This meant that the true dragon's Dharma molt was most likely hidden here. Taking a light breath, he tapped his foot and leaped into the air. With a twist of his body, he fell straight down with his head down. While in midair, he reached out and grasped the black dragon spear. His body wrapped around the spear, and he began to spin like a top. Without a sound, a hole appeared in the ground. Yang Kai went all the way down, over 100 feet in an instant. The deeper he went, the thicker the dragon breath became. After 300 feet, as the Scarlet Jiao said, the dragon breath suddenly increased by a level. With the blood density of the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, they were unable to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, he went down another 100 feet. The dragon breath rose again. The black dragon's spear had a spirit, and the faint roar of a dragon resounded through the universe. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao both trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Yang Kai was neither sad nor happy as he went all the way down. After an unknown amount of time, the obstruction in front disappeared. Yongkai suddenly felt that he had fallen into a spacious space. Putting away the spear, he looked around. It was pitch black, and he could not see anything. Although there was no light, Yongkai was still surprised when he probed with his divine sense. He discovered that he had actually entered the body of a colossal being. However, this colossal being had long since lost its vitality. In the direction he had come from, there was a huge tear. It seemed that this colossal being had fought a life and death battle with some powerful enemy when it was alive. A true dragon's molting. Yongkai's expression was solemn. He slowly closed his eyes and released his divine sense to investigate the situation of this true dragon's molting. This investigation gave him quite a shock. After a full incense's time, he opened his eyes, which were full of shock. This true dragon's molting was more than 1,000 feet long. It stretched across the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain. In the direction of Crouching Dragon Mountain was the direction of its corpse. A dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long. Yongkai was stunned. When he transformed into a dragon, he was more than 1,000 feet long. He thought that was already big enough, but compared to this true dragon, it was like the difference between a grandfather and a grandson. This true dragon was more than 10 times bigger than him. He did not know how long this true dragon had been dead, nor did he know what kind of fierce battle it had gone through before it died. Its body was covered in wounds, many of which were extremely terrifying lacerations. If not for that, he would not have directly entered its abdomen when he came down. Chapter 3996. The 1,000-feet-long dragon's corpse lay at the foot of Crouching Dragon Mountain. The flowing time Great Emperor had changed, and the dragon's blood had long flowed dry. However, even though it had been dead for countless years, the dragon's body did not show any signs of decay. It was clear that its body was very powerful. It only lacked blood and looked withered. Yongkai also discovered that the dragon's internal organs were missing. Thinking of the huge wounds all over its body, it was not difficult to imagine how difficult the battle had been. Even though such a dragon had been dead for countless years and was only a dragon corpse, its entire body was still a treasure. Its dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon tendons could all be used to refine weapons. Its value was immeasurable. Yongkai could not figure it out. This dragon was so huge, so its strength should be very terrifying. What could have killed it? Moreover, looking at the traces of its wounds, the size of the thing it fought should not be too small. The dragon race was the leader of all creatures. What could threaten their existence? Miameng was so powerful back then, but he was still imprisoned by the dragon race. Suddenly, Yongkai thought of an existence, and that existence was known as the nemesis of the dragon race. It fed on the dragon race. Such a dragon race was definitely not a native creature of the great cosmological realm. It was very likely that it had been swallowed by the great cosmological realm like him. After arriving here, it was too severely injured and died here. Not knowing if his guess was correct, Yongkai's attention was quickly attracted by something. Somewhere inside the dragon's body, there was an unusual energy fluctuation. Following the direction of the energy fluctuation, Yongkai moved forward in the dragon's body. After a full incense stick's worth of time, Yongkai arrived at the dragon's corpse's chest. At this place, a round ball about the size of a table appeared in Yongkai's vision. The round ball was round and emitted a faint light. It was earthy yellow in color, like a glowing ball of light. The dragon blood in Yongkai's body surged as he stared at the ball in a daze. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Dragon Ball!" The dragon race had the Dragon Ball, which was the foundation of the dragon race. Just like the Niden of other monster beast, it was a treasure that gathered the essence of the dragon race. The dragon corpse had been hidden here for countless years. Although Little Black and Little Red knew that there was something strange down here, they were limited by their bloodlines and couldn't search for it. Thus, the dragon pearl had been preserved until now. What surprised Yongkai even more was that this Dragon Ball was actually an Earth attribute Dragon Ball. What he desperately needed now was the power of the Earth attribute. He had already condensed wood and fire out of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Wood gave birth to fire, and fire gave birth to earth. The next thing he needed to condense was the Earth elemental power. Previously, he was still thinking about where he should go to find a suitable Earth elemental power. During this period, He had also made many inquiries. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. He did not expect to find it here. However, whether or not this Dragon Ball talisman met his requirements remained to be tested. It should be possible, Yang Kai thought. After all, this giant dragon was thousands of feet long when it was alive, so the quality of the Dragon Ball should not be too bad. Reaching out his hand, he touched the Dragon Ball. The moment his hand touched it, a fierce dragon pressure rushed out from the Dragon Ball. In an instant, a lifelike illusion appeared in front of Yang Kai, as if a giant dragon was about to swallow him whole. Yang Kai's body shook as he urged the golden divine dragon source strength. With a dragon roar, the illusion instantly collapsed. Gentle and heavy earth elemental power came from the Dragon Ball. Feeling the purity and richness of the earth elemental power, Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. If he wasn't wrong, the earth elemental energy contained within the Dragon Pearl did indeed satisfy his needs. Although he didn't know how to judge its specific grade, he felt that it wasn't much inferior to the Golden Crow True Fire. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Yang Kai had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh. Just this alone made this trip to the great cosmological realm worth it. Rubbing his hands, Yang Kai bowed respectfully to the huge Dragon Ball and muttered, "Senior has been dead for many years. Leaving the Dragon Ball here is a waste of God's gift. Today, Junior will borrow Senior's Dragon Ball. In the future, when my cultivation is successful, I will not disgrace Senior's name. Please forgive me, Senior." After muttering, Yang Kai rubbed his hands and walked around the Dragon Ball a few times before finding a more comfortable position to sit down cross-legged. Spreading his palms over the Dragon Ball, he slowly closed his eyes and urged the Dao Seal to absorb the earth elemental power in the Dragon Ball. In an instant, the Dragon Ball lit up and the rich earth elemental power contained in it for countless years poured into Yang Kai's body along with Yang Kai's breathing, like a whale swallowing water. In the Dao Seal, there were only two colors, black and green, but with Yang Kai's actions, a layer of earthy yellow slowly appeared, giving off a thick and solid feeling. The earth elemental power was meant for defense, not to mention the power of the Dragon Ball of 1,000-feet-long dragon. Slowly, Yang Kai forgot about time and devoted himself to the great cause of condensing the earth elemental power. Days passed, and outside Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yu-He and the others found a place to camp. With the two great exotic beasts, Little Black and Little Red, guarding them, no one dared to cause trouble. Occasionally, some cultivator would pass by, but after feeling the ferocious aura of the two exotic beasts, they would avoid them. However, Little Black and Little Red seemed to be natural enemies and couldn't get along with each other. They would often get entangled with each other for some inexplicable reason and fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Fortunately, they both knew their limits and didn't really fight to the death. However, in a fight of this size, injuries were inevitable. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, everyone was living leisurely, but Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen. This made Yu-He a little worried. Before Yang Kai left, he had said that he would be back in 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month. Now that the time limit had passed, and there was still no sign of him, Yu-He was naturally worried. Just as she was about to investigate further, she suddenly felt the movement of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth change. Silently sensing it, she found that the source was in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, which was the direction Yang Kai left in. This made her frown slightly. She did not know what Yang Kai was doing there. Why did he take so long? Now, he had even caused a change in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. However, this way, she could be sure that Yang Kai was safe. After a few more days, the change in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth became more obvious. It had turned into a tide of Yuan Qi, as if there was a huge monster breathing in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Every breath it took could cause turbulence in the Yuan Qi of 1,000 miles. Yu-He's expression was bewildered. Little Black and Little Red also stopped fighting. They straightened their bodies and looked towards the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obviously, they also felt something. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. It was loud and clear, and it reached the 9 heavens. Yu-He and the others all turned their heads to look in that direction. Their eyes trembled. Little Black and Little Red crawled on the ground together, trembling. Yu came over and asked nervously, "Senior, what was that sound just now?" Yu said solemnly, "A dragon's roar." Menghong said in surprise, "There's a dragon here?" Yui frowned and said, "You guys stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look." When she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. In the depths of crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged in the same posture as before. However, at this moment, his clothes were fluttering without any wind, and even his black hair was fluttering. A three-colored light lingered around his body. The vitality of the immortal tree's essence, the violent golden crow primordial fire, and the thick power of the dragon orb. These three powers were like three halos of light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. The huge dragon orb in front of him had already dimmed. The earth elemental power that had been stored inside for countless years had been completely absorbed by Yang Kai. When he opened his eyes were overflowing with light. With a crash, the huge dragon orb shattered and turned into fine powder that scattered between heaven and earth. Yang Kai slowly stood up and gently clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that his body was filled with explosive power. Looking inside his body, he saw that the three powers of wood, fire, and earth coexisted perfectly within his seal. His body trembled, and the three-colored light that had been lingering around his body collapsed. Everything returned to nothingness. Standing in place, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The process of condensing the earth elemental power this time could be said to be extremely smooth, much better than the last time he condensed the golden crow primordial fire. Firstly, it might be because he was familiar with the process, and secondly, it might be related to condensing the power of the dragon orb this time. After all, he was also a member of the dragon race, so he had a unique advantage in condensing the power of the dragon orb. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that not only had he successfully condensed the earth elemental power in the dragon orb this time, but there seemed to be something else in the earth elemental power. Reaching out, he tapped the void in front of him, and a prismatic yellow shield-like object appeared out of thin air. Although it looked as thin as a cicada's wing, Yang Kai could feel its firmness. This was the innate dragon technique contained in the dragon orb. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Although he had entered the dragon temple on the dragon island in the star boundary and cultivated many of the dragon race's secret techniques, and could simulate the power of those secret techniques with the golden divine dragon source, it was only a simulation after all, and it required a certain amount of time to display them. But now, this dragon technique could be used at will, just like some of the innate divine techniques. Not only was it fast, but the consumption was almost negligible. Yang Kai pondered. It seemed that he had inherited some of the innate dragon techniques mastered by this giant dragon when it was alive. It wasn't just the move just now, there should be some more. But now that he had just condensed the earth elemental power, he could only slowly unearth them in the future. Yang Kai couldn't help but think again. Now that he had absorbed the dragon orb and obtained the innate dragon technique of this giant dragon, what about the golden crow true fire he had absorbed before? Did the golden crow true fire also contain some secret technique of the golden crow? There was also the essence of the immortal tree. Could he also comprehend something from it? All of these required time to examine, so he couldn't rush it for a while. Sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Now that the earth elemental power had been condensed, the next thing to do was to collect the giant dragon's corpse. A giant dragon's corpse was hidden deep under crouching Dragon Mountain. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to find it. Space rings didn't have so much space, unless they took apart the dragon's corpse and put it inside. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the small sealed world. Chapter 3997. A rumbling sound rolled across the depths of the earth as crouching Dragon Mountain collapsed, as if doomsday had arrived. The people from Great Moon Prefecture all flew into the sky and watched in shock. They saw that the earth below had caved in and the entire mountain range had collapsed. They did not know what had happened. After a while, the dust settled and a figure flashed out from the depths of the earth. His face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. It was Yang Kai, who had disappeared for nearly 20 days. Yu He, who had been searching for Yang Kai nearby, immediately rushed over and supported him. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her before slowly shaking his head. I'm fine. Forcibly taking the 1,000-meter dragon's body into the small sealed world had put a heavy burden on him. Fortunately, the dragon had died many years ago. Otherwise, the consumption would have been even greater. Even so, he was exhausted and felt as if he had been hollowed out. Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you for so many days? Yuhi asked while supporting him to fly back. Yang Kai just grinned and did not answer. Yuhi was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. However, although she did not know what Yang Kai and the other heavenly deities were doing, Yuhi could faintly feel that this guy had become much stronger. He had not been idle these days and should have encountered some opportunities. After returning to his resting place, Yang Kai threw some spirit pills into his mouth and recovered for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the big scarlet flood dragon lying not far away, staring at him eagerly. Yuhi was speechless. The two of them have been staring at you like this. Do they want those dragon blood flowers? Yang Kai snorted. You two gluttons, wait a little longer. Saying so, he directly took out an alchemy furnace. Dragon blood flowers naturally had to be refined into dragon blood pills to maximize their medicinal efficacy. Swallowing them whole was the most wasteful, especially since the dragon blood flowers harvested this time were extraordinary. Most of them were existences that surpassed the best quality. How could Yang Kai tolerate wasting God's gifts? This kind of dragon blood flower could only be used once. He didn't know when he would be able to get his hands on it again. You also know how to refine pills? Yuhi looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. I know many things. Yuhi couldn't help but laugh with ridicule, and she didn't take it seriously. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a large pile of medicinal herbs. They were all supplementary herbs that he had picked from the herb garden to refine the dragon blood pill. Looking at the things he obtained from Lei Guang, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel elated. Previously, he was in a rush to investigate the situation in the depths of Crouching Dragon Mountain, so he did not check carefully. Now that he looked at it, he found that he had obtained several hundred supreme-grade dragon blood flowers. There were even more flowers that were beyond supreme grade. The flowers had 3, 5, and 7 colors. He did not know how to classify them, but there were probably thousands of them. From this, it could be seen how powerful the giant dragon that had fallen on Crouching Dragon Mountain was. Only the blood of such a giant dragon could produce such a high-quality dragon blood flower. Yang Kai casually took out 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers that were shrouded in 3-colored radiance. Activating his power, he threw the medicinal herbs into the furnace one by one. Back when he was on Dragon Island, he had refined the dragon blood pill many times. Although he had not refined it for many years, he had never forgotten. His movements were smooth and natural. Yuhi was extremely surprised as she watched from the side. Only now did she know that Yang Kai really knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he seemed to be very familiar with the process. Gradually, an alluring pill fragrance wafted out from the furnace. Little Black and Little Red became more and more anxious, especially Little Black. Mucus flowed down from his mouth like a river. For exotic beasts with the bloodline of the dragon race like them, the smell of the dragon blood pill was enough to make them go crazy. If Yang Kai was not sitting here, they would have immediately rushed up to snatch it. In less than half a day, the first batch of dragon blood pills had condensed. When the pills were collected, there was a faint dragon roar from the furnace, which made Yuhi click her tongue in wonder. There were 9 pills. Yang Kai casually threw one into his mouth to test the medicinal effect. He found that it was okay. Although he had not refined pills for many years, his skills had not fallen behind. The medicinal effect of the dragon blood flower and various supplementary herbs were completely stimulated. 2 obscure divine senses were transmitted over, containing a desire. It was the scarlet flood dragon and the earth dragon who were waiting anxiously. Their huge bodies were rolling around restlessly. Yang Kai chuckled and threw a pill to each of them. They immediately calmed down a lot. In the next 10 days, Yang Kai had been refining the dragon blood pill. The amount of dragon blood flower he obtained this time was really too much. Yang Kai reckoned that even if he refined non-stop for a year, he would not be able to finish refining all of them. While refining, His body was also constantly swallowing the pure dragon race bloodline of the dragon blood pill. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his dragon bloodline had indeed improved a little. However, he did not use the dragon transformation art, so he could not see much of a change for the time being. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon became more and more submissive. Taking the dragon blood pill improved them more than directly swallowing the dragon blood flower. As strange beasts, they were particularly sensitive to this. Even Yuhi and the people of the Great Moon Prefecture also obtained some dragon blood pills. However, they did not swallow them directly. Instead, under Yang Kai's instructions, they dissolved them in water and took one pill over many days. The dragon blood pill itself was used to improve the bloodline of the dragon race and creatures with the bloodline of the dragon race. If ordinary people took it, it would also strengthen their physical body. However, the medicinal effect of the dragon blood pill was too overbearing. Ordinary people could not bear it, so they could only use some gentle methods. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai stopped. It was not that he was tired of refining, but that he had run out of auxiliary herbs. Although there were many medicinal herbs in the herb garden and there were 2 little wood spirits taking care of them, it could be said that they were inexhaustible. However, the growth of medicinal herbs required a certain period of time. In the past 10 days or so, he had been refining the dragon blood pill continuously. All the auxiliary herbs needed had been picked clean, so he naturally could not continue. For this great cosmological realm, Yang Kai originally had the mentality of going with the flow and did not desire anything. But now, not only did he obtain a large number of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, but he could even condense the power of the earth element. It could be seen that this great cosmological realm was indeed a huge treasure trove. Since he could condense the power of the earth element, would he be able to find suitable metal and water elements? If he could accumulate the 5 elements of yin and yang here, then after leaving this realm, he could instantly open the sky. At that time, he would have a foothold outside this universe and the ability to protect himself. Yang Kai could not help but have a lot of expectations for this great cosmological realm. But no matter what, waiting here would not be an opportunity. Not to mention, the auxiliary herbs to refine the dragon blood pill also needed to be found. They had also been delayed in this crouching dragon mountain for more than a month, so he did not hesitate and immediately called for everyone to set off. When they came, they used the earth dragon as their mount, but this time it was changed to the scarlet dragon. In comparison, the scarlet dragon was undoubtedly more awe-inspiring and more suitable. At the very least, it did not have that kind of sticky and disgusting mucus on its body, nor did it have a heavy smell. Little Black was obviously a little disappointed. There were indeed a lot of resources in the great cosmological realm. Along the way, they had collected a lot of natural treasures, but compared to Yang Kai's needs, it was still a little inadequate. On this day, a group of people shuttled through a misty forest, searching for various medicinal herbs. They had been in this forest for 7 or 8 days, but because they did not have a special destination, they were not in a hurry to leave. Yuhi suddenly came over and said, "Did you notice that we've met more people in the past few days?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I felt it." When they first entered this forest, they had not met many people, but in the past 2 days, they began to frequently encounter some cultivator walking towards them. They were basically in groups of 3 to 5, and several people were walking in pairs. There were even people who were frightened by the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Dragon and directly attacked. Fortunately, Yang Kai stopped them in time to avoid some unnecessary trouble. "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yuhi. Yuhi's beautiful eyes flashed. This situation shows that either there is some treasure here that attracted these people, or there are already many people gathered here. "Which one do you think it is?" Yang Kai asked. "What do you think?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "The second possibility is that the people we met didn't show any signs of being in a hurry. Instead, they all acted in an orderly manner, as if they had just come out from somewhere. This means that somewhere in this forest, there should be a gathering place for cultivators." Yuhi nodded and said, "I think so too." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then let's go and take a look." Compared to them searching everywhere for medicinal herbs to refine the dragon blood pill, it was naturally more convenient and faster to trade with others. If there really was a cultivator gathering place in this forest, It would be a good thing for Yang Kai. They searched in the direction that the cultivator came from, and a day later, they found a cultivator gathering place. Somewhere in the forest, outside a large open space, the travel-worn people looked at the continuous buildings in front of them in a slight daze. Yang Kai laughed and said, "This is part of the star market, right?" When the great cosmological abyss was filled with fog, the entire star market was wrapped in it. However, the star market where Yang Kai and the others appeared was not complete. There were hundreds of thousands of people there, and only a few tens of thousands were there. This meant that when it was swallowed, the entire star market collapsed under the influence of an unknown force, turning into fragments scattered all over the great cosmological abyss. Then, a beast tide appeared where Yang Kai and the others landed, forcing everyone to flee for their lives. Naturally, they lost their natural protection. However, the part of the star market in front of them was well preserved. With the original star market as the center, the cultivator here had built many new buildings, occupying a large area. It had vaguely formed a small city located in this foggy forest, and even the surrounding walls had been built. There was a city gate in the direction that they came from, and there were cultivator guards at the gate. Many people were coming in and out of the city gate. Using his divine sense, he found that there were as many fires of life in this city as there were stars in the sky. There were at least 10,000 to 20,000 people living there. In this chaotic great cosmological abyss, a city with a cultivator gathering place suddenly appeared in front of them. Both Yang Kai and the people of the Great Moon Prefecture were delighted. Chapter 3998. However, there was a problem with entering the city. Xiao He and Xiao Red were too big and looked too fierce, so they definitely couldn't be brought in. Yang Kai also didn't dare to use the sealed world bead to contain them. He had tried it before, and the sealed world bead could only accommodate existences below the heaven-opening realm. If he forcibly contained existences with the ability to split open the heavens, the sealed world bead would risk collapsing. In Yang Kai's perception, whether it was Xiao He or Xiao Red, they probably had the ability to split open the heavens, but because they were in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, they couldn't fully display their strength. Fortunately, he had the 6 Unity Wish bag, so even though it was a little crowded, he could only let them suffer a little. He put the 2 big guys into the 6 Unity Wish bag, regardless of whether they were willing or not. Yuhi was amazed. After all, even outside the universe, there weren't many artifacts that could store living beings. They were really rare, and she couldn't understand where Yang Kai had obtained such an artifact. Only then did the group of 6 slowly walk towards the city gate. Unsurprisingly, they were stopped at the city gate and had to pay 100 heaven-opening pills per person to enter the city. For any Emperor Realm Master, 100 heaven-opening pills was a hefty price, causing Meng Hong to feel extremely pained. If it were before, Yang Kai would not have had many heaven-opening pills on him, but fortunately, he had obtained the space ring of Su Lao from the Wind Cloud Auction House. As a 4th-order heaven-opening master and a powerful figure from the auction house, Yang Kai's wealth was not small. The entrance fee of 600 heaven-opening pills was no pressure for Yang Kai. He paid it happily and easily entered the city. After entering the city, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The city still maintained the appearance of a star market. On the streets, people were jostling and there were many shops all around. There were also many stalls on both sides of the street with all kinds of strange goods on display. If it weren't for the vivid experience of the past few days, everyone would have thought that they had entered a star market instead of the great cosmological realm. Along the way, Yang Kai spread his divine sense and bought the herbs he needed. It was rare to come across such a place where cultivators gathered. Naturally, he had to make a large purchase. The dragon blood flower had already been picked. He needed to refine the dragon blood pill as soon as possible to ensure that the medicinal effects would not fade away. Yang Kai estimated that he would have to stay in this city to refine pills for a long time. After sweeping through several streets of medicinal herbs, the harvest was huge. Along the way, everyone learned that this small city was now controlled by a force called Crimson Star. Like Lei Guang, Crimson Star was one of the 3 major forces that existed in the Star City. Their luck was relatively good. The Star City they were in was swallowed up by the great cosmological abyss fog, so they didn't encounter any attacks after arriving here. The only few attacks by exotic beasts had been repelled by them. They had accumulated a lot of popularity, so they took the opportunity to take over this place and become the ruler of this place. Now, in order to maintain order in Star City and set the rules, the people who collected fees at the city gates were all from Crimson Star. By occupying such a territory in the great cosmological realm, Crimson Star could reap huge benefits just by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. In this city, the people of Crimson Star could be said to be like local emperors, and no one dared to provoke them. After walking for half a day and buying almost all the medicinal herbs in this place, Yang Kai led everyone to find an inn to stay in. He wanted to book 6 rooms, but there was a shortage of rooms in this place. In the end, he could only book 3 rooms. He definitely wanted a room alone. After all, he needed to refine pills for a long time and could not be disturbed. He and the other women shared a room, leaving Ming Hong and the 2 disciples of the Great Moon Province to share a room. After the arrangements were made, everyone returned to their rooms. Before parting ways, Yang Kai gave all his remaining heaven-opening pills to Ming Hong and told him to walk around the Star City if he had time. If he encountered any medicinal herbs he needed, he could buy them all as long as the price was not too expensive. Ming Hong naturally agreed. After all, this wasn't a difficult task. As for the herbs Kai Yang needed, he had followed him all the way here, so he had memorized all of them. The following days were calm. Yang Kai hid in his room, set up layers of restrictions, and concentrated on refining pills. Day after day, there were several furnaces of dragon blood pills every day. While refining, he did not stay idle. From time to time, he swallowed dragon blood pills to improve his bloodline. Even Little Black and Little Red, who were kept in the Rui pouch, benefited a lot. Every 78 days or so, Ming Hong would come over and send the purchased medicinal herbs to Yang Kai so that he could continue to refine pills. Only at this time would Yang Kai stop and rest for a while. He also chatted casually with Ming Hong to learn about the situation outside. From Ming Hong, Yang Kai learned that Star City was well managed by Crimson Star. Many people knew that there was such a place in the great cosmological realm. Not only were there many cultivator gatherings, but it was also very safe. Therefore, in recent days, almost every day, there would be people coming and joining. The most direct manifestation of this was that the price of the rooms in the inn was increasing. In less than a month, the price of a room had increased 3 times. Now, the price of a room was more than twice as expensive as when they first checked in, but it was still full every day. Crimson Star's influence was growing larger and larger. Many people wanted to join, but there was no way to do so. Because Star City was located in the misty forest, the surrounding materials were abundant. No matter which direction one went after leaving Star City, they would be able to harvest something if they were lucky. It was said that some people had already obtained 5th grade and 6th grade heaven-opening materials here. As for 4th grade heaven-opening materials, they were endless. For any cultivator in the Emperor realm, this was a huge temptation. Compared to other gains, whether it was pills or heavenly treasures, they were not as practical as those heaven-opening materials. What the Emperor realm needed the most were these heaven-opening materials. It was indeed impossible to advance to heaven-opening in the great cosmological realm, but as long as one could accumulate enough power here, when they left the great cosmological realm, they could instantly achieve heaven-opening and become a powerhouse. Therefore, every day, countless cultivator groups went out to train in order to obtain the cultivation materials they needed. Many people got what they wanted, but some people met with danger halfway and never returned. However, the path of a cultivator had always been like this. After going through hardships and overcoming obstacles, what they finally saw might not be fruitful. It was more likely to be the cold of death. On this day, Ming Hong sent a lot of medicinal materials as usual. After Yang Kai thanked him, he said, "If you come again, you don't need to accept them." After 3 months of refining pills, he had finally consumed most of the dragon blood flowers. He had refined thousands of dragon blood pills. He had consumed a small portion, but most of them were stored in his space ring. It would probably take him at least a year to finish eating all of them. Ming Hong responded casually. Yang Kai said again, "Haven't you used up the heaven-opening pills I gave you?" Although he had obtained a space ring from Old Man Su and made a fortune, Purchasing medicinal materials in large quantities for such a long time would definitely consume a lot of them. Originally, he had been a little worried that he wouldn't have enough heaven-opening pills, but since Menghong had been sending medicinal materials over all this time, he didn't ask any questions. Menghong said, "I used them up long ago. Now, it's Lady Yu-hee who is paying for these medicinal materials." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, not expecting it to be like this. Menghong said, "Lady Yu-hee has deep feelings for Brother Yang. Brother Yang is so lucky." His face was filled with envy. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, not knowing what to say. However, thinking about it, Yu-hee was a 5th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her wealth was definitely not low. Spending this kind of money shouldn't be a problem. In any case, he would remember it in his heart and find an opportunity to pay her back in the future. He wouldn't take advantage of her. Did something happen to Brother Meng? Yang Kai looked up and saw that Menghong's expression was quite gloomy. It's nothing. Menghong forced a smile and said his goodbyes. "Brother Yang, I won't disturb you any longer." Saying this, he left the room. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the door and muttered to himself for a while. He didn't think too much about it and continued to refine pills. Half a month later, the room was filled with the fragrance of pills and the pill furnace was buzzing. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace, his hands constantly changing seals. At a certain moment, he reached out and slapped the pill furnace. When the lid flew up, several crimson spirit pills filled with the smell of blood flew out. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand and sucked these spirit pills into the bottle with a suction force. As the bottle began to spin, Yang Kai stared at the spirit pill in the bottle and grinned silently. After 4 months of alchemy, he had finally succeeded. All of the dragon blood flowers had been used up, which had exhausted him. How many years had it been since he had focused on alchemy like this? Sitting in his room all day was quite a test of his temperament and willpower. Fortunately, he could finally call it a day, so Yang Kai was in a good mood. Removing the many restrictions in his room, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out, feeling as if he had been reborn. Yang Kai wanted to find Menghong and the others to have a good drink, but unexpectedly, there was no one in the room. In the other room, Yu-hee was also nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Ever since he came to Star City, he had been holed up in his room refining pills for 4 months. Regarding the situation outside, he only knew about it from Menghong's rare explanations. Other than that, he didn't know what Yu-hee and the others were doing. Taking out his communication bead and sending a message, Yang Kai learned that they were all in the lobby. Coming to the lobby, Yang Kai saw that they were all there. The 4 of them occupied a table full of empty wine bottles. Yu-hee called out to Yang Kai and patted the seat next to her. "Come here." Yang Kai didn't refuse and directly sat down. Yu-hee smiled and leaned over. "You finally came out. If you didn't come out, I would have forgotten about you." Her breath reeked of alcohol. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked at the others and frowned. "Why are you drinking so much wine in the middle of the day? Did you run into something good?" Yu-hee pointed to the opposite side and whispered, "Drinking to drown my sorrows." Yang Kai looked over and saw Menghong sitting there in low spirits. He didn't know what he had encountered, but he seemed to have lost his soul. Chapter 3999. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Yu-hee replied, "Troubled by love." Only then did Yang Kai realize what was going on. He turned his head and did not see Chunyu. Menghong was interested in Chenyu. This was something he knew. Now that he heard what Yu-hee said, he immediately understood that Menghong was like this because of Chenyu. Yang Kai had not known Menghong for a long time, but he was straightforward and generous. Only when it came to matters between men and women did he seem to be somewhat introverted. As for Chunyu, Yang Kai's impression of her was neither good nor bad. He just felt that the girl seemed to be a little ambitious, but her character was not bad. Of course, this was also because they had not had in-depth contact with each other. As for what kind of person she was, Yang Kai did not dare to jump to conclusions. After all, one may know a person's face but not his heart. Often, people who he thought were good were bad. Knowing that it was because of Chunyu, Yang Kai laughed and said, "Since Brother Ming is interested, then boldly pursue her. Why are you complaining here?" "There is no chance." Yuhi looked like she wanted to see the world in chaos. She clicked her tongue and said, "Someone took away his love." As soon as this remark came out, a trace of pain flashed across Ming Hong's face. He grabbed the wine pot in his hand and gulped it down. "Brother, don't drink anymore." A disciple of the Great Moon State could not stand it anymore. He reached out to grab the wine pot and said angrily, "Since that woman is so fickle, she is not worth brother's concern. There are many good girls out there. Brother, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this?" Unfortunately, his strength was not as strong as Ming Hong's, so he failed to grab it after several attempts. After gulping down the wine, Ming Hong's eyes turned red. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai was confused. Stealing someone's love and being fickle? Something seemed to have happened while he was in seclusion to perform alchemy. Yuhi sighed softly and explained, "While you were away, they got to know a person. He seems to be a small leader of Red Star, and he helped them a lot. After a while, they became familiar with each other. They thought that this guy was a righteous and warm-hearted person, but who would have thought that he had an ulterior motive? He simply took a fancy to that girl. That lady. Heh. Water flows to the bottom, and people strive for the top. With a backer in the great cosmological realm, I won't have to worry about anything in the future." Although it was only a few words, Yang Kai was able to understand what was being said. On top of that, since Yuhi was an outsider, her judgment should be relatively fair. If Yuhi was not wrong, then Chunyu should have gone to curry favor with that person. This was human nature. Just as Yuhi had said, if one could have a good backer in the great cosmological realm, it would be convenient for them to do anything in the future, and it would also increase their sense of security. Qi Xing's influence was now enormous, occupying this star market and using it as a base to recruit disciples. Even if it was just a small leader, it was still a target for many people to curry favor with. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall that Chunyu seemed to have tried to curry favor with him before. Others couldn't intervene in the affairs of men and women. Although Yang Kai sympathized with Ming Hong's experience, he really couldn't say much, so he could only persuade him, "Brother Ming, if you can't let it go, it shouldn't be too late to catch up now. If you can let it go, then don't think too much about it. Go back and have a good rest. We'll leave here tomorrow." Ming Hong gripped the wine pot, his knuckles turning a little white. His mouth moved, but he didn't say a word. Yang Kai could see that this guy had truly fallen for Chinyu. He probably couldn't bear to leave just like that, but staying here would only add to his worries. He gave the two disciples from Great Moon State a look, indicating that they should take Ming Hong back to rest. But before they could do anything, Ming Hong suddenly raised his head and looked at the door excitedly. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Chunyu was standing at the door, staring at Ming Hong with a slightly awkward expression on her face as she tried to avoid his gaze. Ming Hong got up excitedly and opened his mouth, but before he could call out "Junior Sister Chin," another person flashed in from the door. The person who came in was a handsome blue-robed young man with a fair complexion and a bright smile. After entering the shop, he unceremoniously put his hand on Chunyu's slender waist and affectionately hugged her, turning his head and saying, "Come in. Why are you standing here?" The awkward expression on Chunyu's face became stronger, and she twisted her body slightly. The young man seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and met Ming Hong's crimson eyes. He immediately grinned and tightened his grip on Chunyu's waist. He didn't care whether Chunyu was willing or not and walked over with her. Yuhi jabbed Yang Kai with her elbow and sent him a message. "It's this guy. I think he's called Zhao Xingchun. When he spoke to me before, his words were quite presumptuous. He's definitely not a good thing." Yang Kai nodded imperceptibly and frowned slightly. When he heard that Ming Hong was robbed of his love, he didn't think too much about it. The matter between a man and a woman was consensual. Although he was biased towards Ming Hong, since Chunyu didn't like Ming Hong, he couldn't help her. For a woman like Chunyu who lacked a sense of security and was willing to rely on the strong, the only way to capture her heart was to be strong. But now, it seemed that no matter what Chunyu was like, this Xingxing Zhao gave Yang Kai a bad impression. Since he had already won the girl's heart, he should just talk about love. Why did he come to disturb Ming Hong's thoughts and deliberately put on such an attitude, making it seem like he was here to show off? It could be seen that Zhao Xingxing Zhao had some status in this star market. After entering the shop, Many cultivator in the lobby stood up and cupped their fists. Commander Zhao. Voices rose one after another. Zhao Xingxing smiled reservedly, and his eyes were full of pride. He ignored the others and went straight to Yang Kai and the others' table. He looked at Ming Hong with a smile and said, "Brother Ming, you're all here." Ming Hong clenched his fists and stared at Qin Yu, but the latter didn't dare to look at him and just stood there with her head lowered. "Brother Ming?" Zhao Xingxing shouted again, his voice slightly cold. Ming Hong came back to his senses and turned his gaze. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said weakly, "Brother Zhao is here." Zhao Xingxing said, "This time I specially brought you. We're here to thank Brother Ming for taking care of you before. You said that if Brother Ming hadn't protected her when she entered the great cosmological realm, she would have died. If that was the case, then this Zhao and you wouldn't have known each other." He called her you affectionately, but Ming Hong's face was getting uglier and uglier. Zhao Xingxing acted as if he didn't see it and gently pushed Qin Yu. "You, didn't you say you wanted to thank Brother Ming personally? Brother Ming is right here." Qin Yu was pushed forward a step and lowered her head in silence. Ming Hong stared at her, his dry mouth opening and closing several times, but he didn't say a word. The two disciples from Great Moon State sat next to him and looked at Qin Yu with fire in their eyes. It seemed that they couldn't wait to cut Qin Yu into pieces. Zhao Xingxing's eyes flashed, and he just looked at them with a smile, as if he was an outsider. "Brother Ming?" After a long while, Qin Yu called out softly. Ming Hong hurriedly answered, "Junior Sister Chun." Qin Yu looked up at him and said, "Thank you, brother, for taking care of me during this time. You will remember it and be very grateful." Ming Hong said, "It's my duty. You and I have known each other for so many years, but I haven't had the chance to do anything for you. It's just that in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you anymore. Junior sister, you have to take good care of yourself." Ming Hong's body trembled slightly when he said this. Qin Yu nodded gently, looking quite obedient. Zhao Xingxing smiled and said, "Brother Ming, don't worry. As long as I, Zhao Xingxing, am here, you will not be wronged. I found a place for her to live in the city. She won't be in any danger if she lives there." Ming Hong forced a smile and said, "Then I can rest assured." Zhao Xingxing said again, "Brother Ming, do you want to work under this Zhao? Red Star is now expanding and is short on manpower. If Brother Ming can come, I dare not say anything else, but within 3 years, you will definitely be a captain." As soon as this remark came out, many cultivator in the lobby looked over enviously. Red Star was now in the limelight and many people wanted to join, but not everyone had this opportunity. Now, with Xingxing's guarantee, Ming Hong could become a captain within 3 years. Many people were tempted and secretly envied Ming Hong. They didn't know what kind of luck he had to be so valued by Commander Zhao. "We don't need your hypocrisy." A disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Ming Hong was their brother. Seeing the woman their brother liked being snatched away, the person who snatched her away deliberately brought that fickle woman over to show off. Now, he even wanted Ming Hong to work under him. This was clearly intentional or unintentional humiliation of Ming Hong. How could they tolerate it? As soon as this remark came out, the smile on Zhao Xingxing's face instantly turned cold. He turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. "What did you say?" The disciple of Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help but turn pale. He was just angry just now and didn't think too much. Now that he reacted, he was naturally a little scared. No matter how bad Zhao Xingxing's character was, no matter how much they hated Qin Xingxing for hurting Ming Hong, Zhao Xingxing was still a member of Red Star. Moreover, he was a commander-level character. How could they offend him? Therefore, under Zhao Xingxing's questioning, the disciple didn't dare to speak. Ming Hong was also shocked. Although Zhao Xingxing was standing here and calling him brother, in fact, their relationship wasn't that good. Now that his junior brother spoke without thinking, he could only apologize. "Brother Zhao, please calm down. This bastard drank too much and spoke nonsense. Brother Zhao, please don't take it to heart." Zhao Xingxing sneered, "Brother Ming, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Some words can cause death." Seeing that he didn't want to let it go, Ming Hong hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Brother Zhao, Please don't be angry. This Ming didn't teach him well. I will teach him a lesson later and let him know what he can and can't say. Chapter 4000. Zhao Stars leisurely stared at the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, making his scalp tingle. After a while, Zhao Stars coldly snorted and said, "Since Brother Ming has said so, this Zhao will give Brother Ming some face and let it go this time. If there is a next time, I will not let it go so easily." Ming Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, Master, for your magnanimity." Zhao Stars didn't comment and turned to look at Chinyu and said, It's fate that you all know each other. Since you are here today, let's toast Brother Ming and the others." Okay. Chinyu obeyed Zhao Stars' orders and came forward to pour a glass of wine. Seeing her like this, Ming Hong's expression became more and more painful. His face was pale, and he secretly hated himself for not being strong enough to provide Chinyu with a safe shelter. He could only watch his beloved woman throw herself into the arms of others. It really felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chinyu raised her cup, and her beautiful eyes stared at Ming Hong as she said, "Senior brothers, I toast to all of you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely not refuse if it's within my ability." Zhao Stars also nodded and said, "Yes, here, Zhao Stars, still have some face. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to me." The three people of the Great Moon Prefecture all raised their glasses helplessly and drank it. Zhao Stars' eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and he said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "Friend, are you not going to give me face?" After entering the door, he didn't notice Yang Kai. But now that Chinyu obeyed his order to toast and Yang Kai was sitting still, he was particularly conspicuous. Naturally, he noticed it. As for Yu He, who also didn't raise her glass, he didn't want to provoke her. After all, she was a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Qi Xing had always intended to invite Yu He to join them and generously offered her the position of commander. Unfortunately, Yu He hadn't given a clear answer. "Am I very familiar with you?" Yang Kai looked up at him and said lightly, "How much is your face worth?" Yang Kai had been sitting here and watching coldly. He had seen everything. Originally, if people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to intervene. Who knew that Zhao Stars would take the initiative to provoke him? Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be too polite to him. Although it was the first time they met and they weren't close friends, Zhao Stars gave him a very bad feeling. Yang Kai was too lazy to treat this kind of person nicely. Zhao Xingxing's face immediately darkened. "Friend, you're crazy enough. How should I address you? You don't look familiar." Ming Hong did not expect that Yang Kai would do such a thing. He quickly smoothed things over and said, "Brother Zhao, this is Brother Yang Kai." "You are Yang Kai?" Stars Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai looked at him lightly. "Do you know me?" Zhao Stars grinned and cupped his fists. "So it's Brother Yang. Pardon my rudeness. I've heard you mention you many times before. This time, this Zhao intended to pay a visit to Brother Yang, but I never expected to meet you here. It seems we are really fated to meet." His attitude was extremely warm, and as he spoke, he actually pulled out a chair and sat down. Ming Hong and the others were confused and looked at Chinyu suspiciously. They didn't know what she had said to Zhao Stars, but this Zhao guy's attitude towards Yang Kai was actually so warm. Yang Kai also glanced at Chinyu thoughtfully. The latter couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. After they sat down, Zhao Stars waved his hand and set up a layer of restrictions in the surroundings, isolating them from the outside world. Based on this display of strength, his strength could be considered to be extraordinary, and it seemed to be slightly stronger than Ming Hong and the others. Only then did she come over and say with a glowing face, "Brother Yang, I heard you say that Brother Yang possesses the ability to control beasts? You've gathered a Crimson Wyrm and an Earth Dragon under your command? I wonder if it's true?" Ming Hong's face couldn't help but sink when he heard this, and he turned around to look at Chinyu with a faintly, slightly blaming expression. Even though Chinyu wanted to climb up the social ladder and throw herself into Zhao Stars' arms, Ming Hong only hated himself for not having the ability to make her stay. But revealing this information about Yang Kai shouldn't have been done. Most of the time, this information was related to life, death, and benefits. Not to mention that Chun Yu had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace in the past, and it was Yang Kai who brought her all the way here. It was fine if she didn't know how to repay her kindness, but now she revealed such important information to an outsider. Wasn't this equivalent to being a traitor? Chun Yu could be considered to have gotten to know Yang Kai through him, so he felt rather ashamed when he saw this. So what if it's true? So what if it's false? Yang Kai glanced at Chun Yu with a mocking expression, yet he saw her constantly lowering her head with an embarrassed and uneasy expression. Presumably, she knew that what she did was slightly wrong, and she had no face to see others. Zhao Stars chuckled. Since you said this, then it ought to be true. Brother Yang is extraordinary, and his ability to control beasts has attained perfection. I admire you. Come, let this Zhao offer you a toast. As he spoke, he raised his wine cup and raised it. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, not even sparing him a glance. The muscles on Zhao Stars' face twitched slightly, but he chuckled, not taking it to heart. He put down his wine cup and continued, It's like this, Brother Yang. This Zhao has an older sister who heard about this matter and is interested in one of Brother Yang's strange beasts. She wants to raise one, but I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to part with it. The price can be discussed, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Your older sister wants to raise one? Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Which one does she want to raise? My older sister is more interested in the Scarlet Dragon, but forget about the Earth Dragon. Brother Yang, you also know that the Earth Dragon's appearance isn't very likable. Hee. Yang Kai nodded and said, That's true. Zhao Stars said, Brother Yang, you name a price. This Zhao will buy it no matter how much it is. Let's just treat it as making friends. In the future, if Brother Yang needs any help, just ask. This Zhao will definitely not refuse. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but whether it's the Scarlet Dragon or the Earth Dragon, I'm not selling them. Zhao Stars became anxious when he heard this. He raised his hand and said, Brother Yang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you listen to this Zhao's price first before making a decision? Yang Kai still shook his head. Not selling means not selling. No matter how much you name, I won't sell. You're really not selling? Zhao Stars narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai stared at him. I don't want to say the same thing a third time. 4 pairs of eyes met. Zhao Stars' eyes were cold. Yang Kai's face was indifferent, and Meng Hong and the others were nervous. Only Yuhi sat beside Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She looked at him from the side without blinking, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. After a while, Zhao Stars laughed. All right, since Brother Yang has said so, then this Zhao won't steal what you love. Changing the topic, he said, Let's not talk about the 2 strange beasts. Let's talk about the dragon blood pills. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, You know quite a lot. Needless to say, it was Chun Yu who revealed the existence of the dragon blood pills. Before this, Yang Kai had refined a lot of dragon blood pills, and in addition to giving some to Little Black and Little Red, Meng Hong and the others had also obtained a few. After diluting this thing, it had the effect of strengthening the body of a cultivator, so it was very useful to anyone. Since Zhao Stars knew about the existence of the dragon blood pills, how could he not care? Ignoring the ridicule in Yang Kai's words, Zhao Stars' expression became solemn as he said, Qi Xing wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. Price is not a problem. We'll take as many as you have. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly became Qi Xing's representative. In other words, he was representing Qi Xing to negotiate with Yang Kai, using his influence to pressure him. Qi Xing wants to buy my dragon blood pills? Yang Kai laughed. Zhao Stars nodded, yes. Not for sale. Yang Kai decisively refused. After so many years, it was not easy to come across a batch of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, and it took him 4 months to refine the dragon blood pills. This was the perfect time to improve his bloodline, so how could he sell them? He felt that they were not enough for him. Zhao Stars seemed to have expected this and just smiled faintly when he heard this. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip before calmly saying, Brother Yang, I heard that you have been in seclusion recently, so you may not know much about the situation outside. Now, this entire Star City is my Qi Xing's territory. Once you enter Star City, you will be under my Qi Xing's jurisdiction. Those who do not obey will not live for long here. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said calmly, "Are you threatening me? I'm just helping Brother Yang to analyze the situation." Zhao Stars put down his wine cup. "Now, my Qi Xing has 7 masters, all of whom are at the 3rd grade or above, opening the heavens, with 3,000 subordinates. To be blunt, there are very few in the Great Void Realm who can compare to Qi Xing. Brother Yang has been cultivating all this time, and it is not easy for him to have today's achievements, so he must know what it means to judge the situation and size up the situation. Qi Xing just wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. So why is Brother Yang so unreasonable and unapproachable?" Saying so, a smile bloomed on his face. "Moreover, since Brother Yang can refine dragon blood pills, you must also have some attainments in the alchemy Dao. What my Qi Xing lacks is a talent like Brother Yang. This Zhao is willing to be a refer. As long as Brother Yang is willing, it is not a problem for him to come to my Qi Xing as an honored alchemist. In the future, we will all be one family. Brother Yang, what do you think?" With this last sentence, Zhao Xing stared at him with a burning gaze. Yang Kai said, "Not selling means not selling. No matter what you say, it is useless." Zhao Xing's expression turned cold. "Brother Yang, won't you consider it carefully? I am afraid Brother Yang will regret it." Yang Kai glared at him coldly. "If you dare to be long-winded again, I will make you regret sitting down." Zhao Xing's expression sank as he slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yang Kai with murderous intent. After a while, he turned to Yu He and said, "Miss Yu He, why don't you persuade him?" Yu He had a love-struck expression as she faintly said, "Whatever young master says, I will listen to young master." "Good." Zhao Xing was so angry that he laughed. "Very good." Stretching out his hand, he clapped and shouted, "Men!" More than a dozen people rushed in from outside, each of them exuding a powerful aura as they stood behind Zhao Xing. Zhao Xingchen pointed to the front. "This commander suspects that these people are spies planted here by other forces. Take them all down." Chapter 4001. As soon as these words came out, Meng Hong and the others were shocked. They never thought that things would develop to this point. Chun Yu was also shocked and her face turned pale. She stepped forward and said, "Brother Zhao, this is a misunderstanding." Saying so, she tried to pull Zhao Xingxing away. Zhao Xingxing's body shook and he impatiently shouted, "Get out of my way!" His strength overflowed and he directly pushed Chen Yu to the side, almost causing her to fall to the ground. "Junior sister Chun." Meng Hong quickly stepped forward to support her, but Chun Yu stealthily avoided him. Seeing this, Meng Hong couldn't help but look gloomy. Zhao Xingxing turned his head and glanced at her before coldly snorting and turning to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, this commander saw that you were a talented person and wanted to recruit you, but unfortunately, Brother Yang did not appreciate it. In that case, I would like to invite Brother Yang to my Qi Xing dungeon for a chat." Waving his hand, he shouted, "Arrest them all. If they dare resist, kill them all." As soon as these words fell, the dozen people rushed forward and reached out to grab Yang Kai, Meng Hong, and the others. The 3 Great Moon Province disciples were suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. They wanted to resist, but this was Qi Xing's territory after all, so if they couldn't clean up the mess, they wouldn't be able to eat anything good. On the contrary, the people who rushed towards Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and were all sent flying, smashing the tables and chairs in the lobby. Zhao Xingxing was shocked. "You dare fight back?" In recent months, Qi Xing's momentum had soared rapidly. In this star market, the Qi Xing cultivator ran amok and no one dared to provoke him. So he never expected that someone would actually attack his people in public, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Yang Kai sneered, "You dare to attack me? Why wouldn't I dare to fight back? Come at me." He reached out to grab Zhao Xingxing, and with a sudden suction force, Zhao Xingxing involuntarily threw himself in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck with one hand and pressed him down on the table. The scorching power in the center of his palm was concealed, and he looked down coldly at him. "You dare to be impudent in front of me with just this little ability?" Zhao Stars flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You're dead, you're dead. Do you know who I am? I'm Stars Zhao, and the Red Star 5th manager is my brother-in-law. Brat, you better let me go quickly, or else you'll be in trouble." As he shouted, he struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get up. The large hand around his neck was like an iron hoop, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to exert any strength. Zhao Stars was astonished. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed a few types of heaven-splitting powers. He had never thought that at the level of the Emperor realm, he would be suppressed to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. With their commander being captured so easily, those Red Star cultivator didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. Zhao Stars slammed the table and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack." Everyone was helpless and could only rush up. However, in fear of harming the innocent, they couldn't even get within 30 feet of Yang Kai before they were all blasted away and fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Meng Hong and the others were stunned. Chen Yu's mouth was slightly agape, and she had an anxious look on her face. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful and had personally seen Yang Kai sweeping through the 100 people from Dtian, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so gutsy and actually dare to make a move here. However, it had already happened, and it was already too late for her to stop it. She could only be anxious and didn't know where to start even if she wanted to persuade him. "I advise you to quickly let me go. Kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." Although Zhao Stars was in a miserable state, his mouth was still unyielding. With his status as a Red Star Junior Commander, he believed that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "You like to kneel down, kowtow, and apologize?" Yang Kai sneered. He suddenly raised his hand and kicked out, "Then you can kneel here properly." With a crisp crack, Zhao Stars' face suddenly paled. Immediately after, he let out an earth-shattering cry and directly knelt on the spot. Many of the cultivator in the lobby paled. How would they dare to stay here? They all paid for their drinks and ran out. Some people looked at Yang Kai with pity before they left. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling that Yang Kai would regret it sooner or later. There was even a middle-aged man who advised him earnestly, "Young man, quickly leave before things get out of hand. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. After all, this is Red Star's territory." Yang Kai grinned at him. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, all the guests in the lobby ran away, leaving the shopkeeper with an ashen face and trembling. Red Star Junior Commander was beaten up in his inn. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. This inn could forget about continuing to operate. After being kicked to the ground by Yang Kai, Zhao Stars wailed for a while. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Today's shame. This junior commander will remember it. I will repay you 100 times, 1,000 times. I'll sit here and wait." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yu Hua's infatuation became even stronger. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai's side profile. Zhao Stars turned his head again and glared at Chen Yu, who was standing in a daze. "You bitch, you only know how to watch the show. Don't you know how to save me?" Chen Yu's face turned pale. She pursed her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Miss Chun must be joking. You and I have only met by chance. I don't deserve you calling me brother. There is no need to mention the word brother in the future." Chen Yu's face turned even paler when she heard this. She knew that Yang Kai wanted to draw a line between them. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. But then again, she and Yang Kai had nothing to do with each other. They only knew each other because of Meng Hong. Unable to beg Yang Kai, she could only turn her head and look at Meng Hong. Meng Hong clenched his fists and lowered his eyes, not saying a word. Seeing this, Chen Yu sighed in her heart. How could she have the face to say anything? "You can't help it all. What use do I have for a bitch like you?" Zhao Stars said angrily. Yang Kai glanced at Chen Yu coldly. "Your taste in men is really not very good." These words made Chen Yu tremble and bury her head in her chest. Yang Kai threw out another slap, directly slapping several of Zhao Star's teeth away. Half of his face was swollen. Looking at him coldly, he said, "Dare to be long-winded again, and I'll take your dog life immediately." Zhao Star's eyes were wide and crimson, clearly unconvinced. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he could only swallow his broken teeth and swallow it. The hall was silent for a while. Only the sound of Yang Kai drinking by himself could be heard. Yuhi looked at this, looked at that, and transmitted her voice with a grin. How are we going to clean this up now? The likes of Stars Zhao did not enter her eyes at all. Not to mention Stars Zhao, even that whatever fifth head behind him, Yuhi might not even look him in the eye. But this was the great cosmological realm after all, and this was Qi Xing's territory. Yang Kai had made such a ruckus, so it would not be easy to deal with it. I can understand that you are standing up for your friend, but this matter is a bit too big. Yuhi continued to transmit her voice. If we want to leave, we have to leave now. Otherwise, if the news spreads, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Yang Kai heard this and replied, Do you think I am standing up for Menghong? Isn't it? Yuhi asked back. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, It can be considered a part of it, but the most important thing is that they have their eyes on my treasure. Since they are unwilling to give it to me, I can only establish my power and let them know that my things are not something that anyone can covet. Saying so, he smiled proudly. If I want to leave, how can trash like Qi Xing stop me? Under the urging of the space law, unless Qi Xing set up a shocking array in advance to isolate the world, Yang Kai could come and go as he pleased. You're amazing, okay? Yuhi glared at him. Scarlet Star Junior Commander Zhao Xingqian was beaten and forced to kneel on the ground. This news quickly spread throughout the Star City. Many people didn't dare to believe it. After all, who in the Star City would dare to make a move against the people of Scarlet Star? However, the people who passed on the news said with certainty that they had seen it with their own eyes. Zhao Xingqian was still kneeling in an inn. Some people who did not believe it secretly came to take a look, and after a glance, they found it to be the case. They all felt that it was a little unbelievable, and even the one who had beaten him up was a celestial being. In the northwest corner of Star City, in the back garden of a mansion, there was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery, and strange rocks. Beside a pond, a fat man was holding fish food in his hand and gently splashing it, causing the koi in the pond to compete for food. Suddenly, an earth-shattering cry came from a corner of the courtyard, and the fat man's hand trembled when he heard it, a look of headache appearing on his face. The cry quickly approached, and it turned out to be a well-endowed woman wearing jewelry. It was unknown what she had encountered, but at this moment, she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, making people feel pity for her. Arriving in front of the fat man, the woman knelt down with a thud and said in a heart-wrenching voice, Master, you have to uphold justice for me. The fat man turned his head and looked at her speechlessly, then he sprinkled the fish food in his hand and bent down to support the woman. If you have something to say, get up and talk. Why are you crying? The woman did not get up and wailed. If Master does not agree to uphold justice for me, this concubine will not get up. The fat man reached out and rubbed his forehead. Did your little brother cause some trouble again? Didn't you give him the position of junior commander last time? What is he doing this time? The woman raised her head and said in a tear-stained voice, Master, how do you know it's about Xing? Did you hear something? The fat man said in annoyance, Apart from your useless little brother, what else can you come to me for? Tell me, what kind of trouble did he cause this time? The woman refused to comply. Master, you've wronged the Xing. This time, it's not him who caused trouble, it's someone who provoked him. The subordinates who went out with him came back and said that he was beaten up. The fat man coldly snorted. With his character, he'll be beaten up sooner or later. I've already told you to restrain him a little and not cause trouble everywhere. The woman cried, It's not the Xing who caused trouble, but the subordinates said that Yang Kai was bullying the weak. Not only did he beat the Xing, he also forced him to kneel there. The Xing's legs were broken, his face was swollen, and many of his teeth fell out. As she spoke, sorrow welled up in her heart, and she wailed incessantly. Chapter 4002. The stars were forced to kneel there? A sinister look flashed across Fatty's face when he heard this. If they were just beaten up, it was only because their skills were inferior, but being forced to kneel there was a complete humiliation. No matter what, Zhao Stars was still a small commander of Crimson Star, and one of his people. Being treated like this, wasn't it a slap to his face? As the fifth master of Crimson Star, how could he endure this? Seeing this, the woman hurriedly recounted what she had heard, adding fuel to the fire. Fatty snorted coldly, "You stay here. I'll go and see who is so bold." Saying so, he walked out with his hands behind his back. The woman shouted from behind, "Master, you must bring the stars back. If anything happens to the stars, I don't want to live anymore." I know. Fatty waved his hand impatiently. After gathering his subordinates, Fatty left the manor and headed straight for the inn. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. When he came to the door and looked inside, he saw his brother-in-law, Zhao Stars, with a bruised face and a swollen nose. Sure enough, he was kneeling there with 3 men and 1 woman standing to the side. There was also a man and a woman sitting on a chair. The young man sitting on the chair was calmly pouring wine for himself. The others were fine, but when he saw the woman sitting there, Fatty couldn't help but frown. Yuhi had been in and out of this star market many times before. As a 5th-grade heaven splitter, she was naturally not an unknown person. Even if the higher-ups of Crimson Star had never dealt with her, they all knew her. If it were in the outside world, Fatty would not dare to provoke a 5th-grade heaven splitter at will. After all, he was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between them, their real combat strength was worlds apart. However, this was the great cosmological realm after all. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe. No matter what grade the heaven splitter was, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, their strength would be greatly reduced. When Fatty walked in, the entire inn shook along with his footsteps. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a rolling meatball at the door. With every step, the floor trembled, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In his entire life, he had never seen such a fat Fatty. This person's height and width were almost the same. At first glance, he really looked like a rolling meatball. The facial features on his face were blurry because of the fat that was squeezed together. Who was this guy? Yang Kai looked surprised. Yuhi knew that he had been in seclusion to refine elixirs and knew nothing about the situation outside. She immediately whispered to him, "This is the Crimson Star's 5th head, Chen Tianfei. He seems to have cultivated a special cultivation technique. People call him Chen Tianfei." Zhao Stars, who was kneeling on the ground, also saw Chen Tianfei. He was overjoyed and shouted, brother-in-law, save me." As he spoke, he struggled to get up. "Did I let you get up?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his finger, sending out a stream of energy. Zhao Xing screamed and fell to his knees again, blood flowing out of his thigh. This time, he couldn't get up. Chen Tianfei's footsteps did not stop. The fat on his face trembled slightly, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. Soon, Chen Tianfei arrived in front of the table and stood there like a mountain of flesh, blocking all the light and giving off a silent pressure. This was the first time Meng Hong and the others had seen such a character, so they were surprised. At the same time, they were secretly worried for Yang Kai. "Brother-in-law?" Zhao Xingchen looked up miserably with a pleading look on his face. His face was full of humiliation. "Waste." Chen Tianfei coldly snorted and waved his hand, taking out a chair from his space ring and placing it behind him. He then sat down. His chair was obviously custom-made. It was wide and sturdy, otherwise, an ordinary chair would not be able to bear his size. After sitting down, Chen Tianfei leaned back in his chair and squinted at Yuhi. "Young lady Yuhi, it's been a long time." "Master Chen." Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Chen Tianfei said, "Young lady Yuhi, aren't you going a bit too far this time? If my little brother-in-law really did something wrong, you can just beat him up and scold him. At worst, you can just kill him. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to have him kneel here?" Yuhi blinked her big eyes and smiled. "Master Chen, you found the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was my young master who did it. If you want to say something, you might as well say it to my young master." "Young master?" Chen Tianfei was stunned and turned to look at Yang Kai. When he saw Yuhi here, he assumed that she was the one in charge here, but who knew that a young master would suddenly appear? At a glance, this young man didn't seem special. He really didn't know what kind of ability he had to make a fifth-grade heaven splitter call him young master. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Tianfei asked, "Little brother, how should I address you?" Yang Kai grinned at him and introduced himself, "Yang Kai." Chen Tianfei nodded slightly, "So you are that Yang Kai." His concubine had been making a lot of noise before, saying that some Yang Kai had hit his little brother-in-law, but now he knew that the one who hit him was right in front of him. "Little brother Yang, do you have something to say to this king?" Chen Tianfei asked. Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" The fat on Chen Tianfei's face trembled, seemingly smiling. "You hurt someone but didn't run, instead deliberately sitting here and waiting for this king. Don't you have something to say to this king?" His tone became cold. "Or does little brother not put my crimson star in his eyes, thinking that you can come and go as you please in Star Market? If that's what you think, I'm afraid you've miscalculated." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Master Chen is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush." His expression became solemn as he said, "I want to join Crimson Star." Yuhi turned her head and glanced at him when she heard this. Yang Kai had not mentioned this to her, and even Meng Hong and the others were surprised. Chen Tianfei heard this and chuckled. "Join Crimson Star? You hurt my Crimson Star's people and still haven't given this king a satisfactory explanation, and now you want to join Crimson Star?" In little brother's eyes, what is Crimson Star? "If Master Chen wants an explanation, I'll give you one," Yang Kai said as he raised his hand and gently pressed it towards Chen Tianfei. Chen Tianfei's face froze, and he also raised a big fat palm to meet it. The two palms met silently, as if they had just touched each other lightly. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and picked up the wine glass on the table to play with it. Chen Tianfei's fat body suddenly shook, and his fat rippled. The chair he was sitting on suddenly shattered into pieces, filling the air with debris. Looking around, Chen Tianfei's face had become extremely red, as if he had been cooked, and steam was rising from the top of his head. With a roar, Chen Tianfei stomped his feet on the ground, and the floor of the inn instantly collapsed. At the same time, a surge of heat poured out from Chen Tianfei's pores, and a large amount of sweat poured out. In an instant, Chen Tianfei looked as if he had just been fished out of water. He was drenched from head to toe. Not only that, his round, fat body seemed to have shrunk, and his close-fitting clothes became loose. Looking at Yang Kai with a look of horror, the fat on Chen Tianfei's face twitched. "Does Master Chen think this explanation is enough?" Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Chen Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, then turned his head and glanced at Zhao Xingxing, who had been kneeling there, and nodded under his desperate gaze. "It's enough." "Brother-in-law." Zhao Xingxing's face turned ashen in an instant. He had been counting on his brother-in-law to come and avenge him, but who knew that the situation would develop like this? Now that he had shouted enough, how could he take revenge? The shame of today would not be washed away for the rest of his life. "Shut up." Chen Tianfei snorted coldly, raised his hand, took out a chair from his space ring, and placed it under his buttocks, then looked at Yu He and said, "Miss Yu He, your young master's future is limitless." Yu He smiled triumphantly. "Do I need you to tell me that?" Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang stayed here to wait for me because you want to join Crimson Star?" "Yes." Chen Tianfei said. "Can I ask why?" "With little brother Yang's ability, you must have great achievements in the great cosmological realm. So why did you choose my Crimson Star?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "I just happened to be here at the right time. There's nothing special about it. As for why I want to join, I want to find something. Crimson Star has many people, so it's easy to find." Now that he had condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth, and the power of earth was found in the great cosmological realm, he naturally wanted to find more power. Crimson Star had many people and was well informed. "That's all?" Chen Tianfei was still in disbelief. "That's all." Chen Tianfei looked at him seriously, and after a while nodded. "I understand what little brother Yang means. Crimson Star also welcomes talents like you very much. This king will make the decision to accept you into Crimson Star. As for your position, how about you be the same as Stars, a junior commander?" Zhao Xingxing was dumbfounded. The person who had beaten him and forced him to kneel was not only accepted into Crimson Star by his brother-in-law, but was also given the position of a junior commander on equal footing with him? How could he take revenge like this? Junior commander? Yang Kai looked at Chen Tianfei with a faint smile. Chen Tianfei asked curiously, "Are you not satisfied? Although little brother Yang's strength is good, you have just joined Crimson Star after all and have not made any contributions. A junior commander position is already the limit of this king's promotion. It is impossible for this king to promote you above senior commander." Suddenly changing the topic, he said, "If Miss Yuhi is willing to join Crimson Star, the position of senior commander will be vacant." Yuhi chuckled and declined to comment. Among the several masters of Crimson Star, the strongest was only on par with her, a 5th stage Heaven Opening Master. She was also a 5th stage Heaven Opening Master, so how could she accept the position of senior commander and listen to someone else's orders? There is no need for a junior commander, and I am not interested in a senior commander. Chen Tianfei was stunned. What does little brother Yang mean? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. "I want to be a master of Crimson Star." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even Yuhi looked at him blankly, wondering if she had heard wrong. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.